Hello, and welcome to this, our 128th live stream. Knowledge gaps filled fast. This is, of course, a tip of the hat to our Monday video on the gap theory. And like those Monday teaching videos, we are coming to you to answer your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. So we're just going to get kind of right into it. The format is the same as always. Super chats have priorities, but we also take non-super chat questions. So we ask that if you want to ask a non-super chat question, that you put a Q and a colon at the beginning of the question, because I scan through the live chat looking for them. We also ask that you only post the question once. This is probably our only hard and fast rule here, is if we see you post a question more than once, we won't answer it. We'll strike it from the record. Okay? We also ask that if you ask a question about the Bible or a word in a foreign language, that you give us a little bit of context. In particular, we ask if it's about the Bible, we ask that you include the what chapter or what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. And if it's a word in a foreign language, we also ask that you tell us what language it's in, what you think it means. So just so I have a little bit of context. And this is particularly important when we start doing like homonymic languages or languages with a large lexical range, because that discussion can get very off track if we don't sort of narrow it down. So that said, let's get into the questions. Okay. We are going to start the night with a few non-super chats, and we got a lot of great questions tonight. A lot of great questions. Our first question of the night is from Christian Mauis, and he asks, when did El become a generic word for God? Richard Hess argues that Yahweh being called El is explained by this. But was El the generic word in this period, or just the name for the deity El? Okay. It was actually a generic word long before even the patriarchs. Okay. We find the word occurring in Akkadian as Ilu, and it dates back to the old Akkadian period, roughly 2500 BC. And it does take on more of a generic meaning in that context. Because the Mesopotamians named all their gods. So we find Marduk being worshipped, Shemesh being worshipped, Ishtar being worshipped, but El seems to be more of a generic word. So it has a generic meaning long before it was a proper noun. And we are thinking about doing a full video on this topic alone, to sort of go into the history of the usage of El and the use of El as a proper noun. Okay, so anyway, I hope that explains the answers to the question. Thank you for the question, and I hope that helped. Okay, the next non-super chat we're going to take here is from Darkblade. And he asks, why are so many super early daters date the Exodus to before 1500 BC, or to a pharaoh whose real dates were before 1500 BC, also chronological revisionists? Well, a lot of the alternative theories of the Exodus do depend upon chronological revisionism. And the reason why is not so much because they are dating that to a specific day, but because they're trying to avoid the whole collision with, say, flood chronology. Okay, so, and you do find that there are a lot of, say, early and super early daters that will try to tinker with the chronology, even tweak it just slightly, just to sort of avoid the problems that their pet theories come up with. Probably the most extreme of these super early daters would be Gerald Aardsma, and he dates the Exodus to something like 2500 BC. I mean, he's really an early dater. He dates it to the time of the pyramids. He's one of these guys who still thinks the Israelites built the pyramids. And his theories are like totally whacked. Totally whacked. So he does have to tinker with chronology. And he's using a lot of, say, he was a specialist in carbon-14. So he has to try to make the chronology of the Exodus fit in with his particular style of carbon-14 chronology. So yeah, it's pretty weird. It's pretty weird stuff. You also get a lot of the ones that are really super early daters also being, say, ones who want to hold to a Middle Kingdom Exodus. And they'll also try to switch things around because they have a hard time explaining things. I'm like for example, you got guys like David Roll who will move the chronology, even though he doesn't technically date it to before 1500, he dates it to 1446, just like the regular early daters. He moves the Middle Bronze period and the Middle Kingdom up into 1446. So he's got to do that. So again, it's trying to get the data to fit the theory, not the theory to fit the data. Okay, so you do see this fairly often with revisionists, and particularly early Exodus dates. Even the standard early Exodus date tinkers with the chronology. You do see this where, say, guys like Douglas Petrovich, he will twist the data, twist the reign of the kings to get a slightly above high chronology so that Amenhotep II fits 1446. When really the standard high chronology even doesn't quite make it to the extent where he wants to put it. So you do find a lot of, say, revisionist thinkers also, early Exodus thinkers tend to want to also do chronological revisionism. And you do see this a lot more with early Exodus supporters than you do with late. In fact, I can't think of off the top of my head very many late Exodus supporters that would actually do this. Because they're trying, the late Exodus guys are all trying to fit this into conventional history. Whereas, say, those who support the early date also tend to lean towards flood theology, or flood geology. They're going to try to sort of shoehorn not just the Exodus into that early date, but also the flood and all the prehistory between them. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. I'll take this one here as a third non-super chat from Let Me Explain, followers of the Shepherd. And he asks, you have said before that only scribes and priests were allowed to be in Egyptian temples. How about the pharaoh or king? If they are not allowed, are there any examples of them barging in? Well, actually, they're always allowed in. The king is the high priest of every cult in Egypt. So in Egypt, the king had the unassailable right to go into any temple and perform the rituals. In fact, that was part of his job. Once a year, he was supposed to travel up and down Egypt, performing the most sacred, the highest temple rituals for every temple cult. So that was part of his job, to be not just king, but also high priest. Ray says, a regular Pontifex Maximus. Yeah. Yeah, Egypt had a pope, and it was the king. That was just part of their culture. So, absolutely, they are a whole lot of there's a whole lot of examples of the king performing rituals at every temple. So he was part and parcel to the religious system. In fact, the religious system really couldn't even function without the king. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Or sorry, the question. Really appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay. Now we're going to go to our first super chats. We are going to take a few more non-super chats tonight as we go along here because there's some really interesting ones, but I'm going to kind of take them in sequential order. Let's get our first super chat up. And as in Weir for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, who do you prefer, John Walton or Kenneth Kitchen? Kenneth Kitchen. But I'm so biased on this one. I mean, I like John Walton. Don't get me wrong. I really like him, and I like his writing. But I was Kitchen's research assistant for 3 years. I love the man. I absolutely love the man. He, he taught me a lot. And he taught me a lot I would have never learned going to classes. So, I owe Kenneth Kitchen a huge debt. Huge debt. First of all, for tolerating having me around. He hated grad students. But he did. He never had TAs. He never had teaching assistants or research assistants. I'm probably the only one he ever had. Yeah, he's a guy's singular focus. So he sees other people around him as being a distraction. So it was a rare honor to be his research assistant. So yeah, I do have a bias here, and I do have an opinion on this one. So, but I do like John Walton too. I like him a lot. I have a good working relationship with him. But Ken will have a very special place in my heart. He'll have a very special place in my heart. And I feel very honored to have been his research assistant for 3 years. So, anyway, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Tim Miar for £2. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, was there a minimal age to be an heir designate? No. No age. All you had to be was the firstborn. And usually the firstborn male, not the firstborn female. You could be an heir designate if you were, say, the only if your parents only had girls and you were the oldest. Okay. That way you could end up being the heir designate. But most of the time it was the eldest male child that was the heir designate. And it doesn't matter what age. You could be a newborn, you could be 100 years old. Well, not 100 years old, you, but unless your father lived to 120. That's kind of the extreme limit of the heir designate. Well, they claim to have had some people that lived to 111. So it could be. It could be. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay, the next one here is also from Tim Miara here. And he asked, as a member of this channel, could the Egyptians have blood painted their door frames, or was the Passover only available for the Israelites? Exodus 12:3 suggests that only Israel was warned. Okay, let's just take a look at Exodus 12:3 for a moment here. Exodus 12. Bring up the Bible here. And it says, "Speak to all the congregation of Israel, saying, on the 10th of this month, they are each to take a lamb for themselves, according to their father's households, and a lamb for each household. Now, if the household is too small for the lamb, then he and his neighbor nearest to his house are to take one according to the number of persons in them, according to what each man should eat. You are to divide the lamb." All right. Your lamb shall be an unblemished male, a year old. You shall take it from the sheep or from the goats, and you shall keep it until the 14th day of the same month. Then the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel is to kill it at twilight. Moreover, they shall take some blood out and put it on the two doorposts on the lintel of the houses in which they eat of it. Okay. And verse 13. "And the blood shall be a sign for you on the houses where you live. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and no plague will befall you to destroy when I strike the land of Egypt." All right. Now, here's the thing. It is actually not strict, even though the instruction was given to Israel exclusively. It's not basically if the angel of the Lord saw the blood, even on an Egyptian home, he would have passed over it. It's not for the Israelites alone. Okay, so we have to kind of, there's a fine nuance here. The warning was only given to the Israelites, but if, say, an Israelite warned their Egyptian neighbor, and the Egyptian neighbor did the ritual of the Passover, they would have been passed over too. We do have to understand that there was a large number of the mixed multitude that left with that survived and left with the Israelites. And conceivably, there is a lot of those in the mixed multitude that sided with Israel and decided to, hey, I'm gonna throw my lot here. I'm gonna do that Passover thing. I don't understand it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And that would have been completely respected by the angel of the Lord. So if an Egyptian had done this ritual, yes, indeed, they would have been passed over as well. Well, yeah, that is correct. My producer points out is an example of where orthopraxis leads to orthodoxy. So yeah, there's, so if an Egyptian had not respected, and frankly, even if an Israelite didn't respect the Passover ritual, they would have incurred the wrath of the plague. Okay. So it's not just that this applied to both sides. So it was more of a matter of which side did the Passover ritual and which one didn't, more than, say, the ethnicity here. So anyway, I hope that helped. It's a great question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Next super chat here is from Asin Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Did you see IP's recent debate with Eric Hovind? Yes, I did. If so, what are your thoughts? Ooh. Ouch. Ah. I think Eric Hovind has no reflection at all. He doesn't see that he's doing the same thing he's accusing others of. He would say things such as, well, this is not a salvation. The whole age of the earth, young earth creation versus theistic evolution is not a salvific thing. And then he'll just turn around and say, well, it's the foundation upon which salvation is based. Well, if it's the foundation, then it is essential. There was a lot of words coming out both sides of his mouth on this. He'll say stuff like, well, I recognize you're a Christian, but you're worshiping another god. Well, wait, if you're worshiping another god, you're not a Christian. The other thing, there was things like he just didn't seem to grasp. He thought he was doing the plain literal reading of this, and yet it's really, really clear he's importing and reading into the text a lot of stuff. He was a lot of eisegesis. He was doing a lot of eisegesis. Like, for example, he would equivocate by using beginning in two different ways while not recognizing he's using it in two different ways. There was also the whole idea, too, that yeah, as we were just commenting, you can't use later portions of scripture, then uses later portions of scripture. And you know what? That was so wrong. That was so wrong right there. That's crazy wrong. The whole history of the Christian church is using later revelation to interpret earlier revelation. That whole, Christology, high Christology, is based upon that, where you take the New Testament revelation and interpret the Old Testament by it. Yes, the Old Testament has its own interpretation and its own meaning, but it's also subject to later revelation of Scripture. So to say you can't interpret portions of Scripture by later Scripture is so wrong-headed. It's really poor exegesis. There's just, it was really surprising. Here's the other thing I found really surprising is the guy doesn't know Hebrew. Now, I can understand IP not knowing Hebrew. No, he's a philosopher. But Eric Hovind, his whole specialization is Genesis. His whole specialization is Genesis. And the guy knows no Hebrew at all. IP he kept going, well, God brought it. And he goes, well, what do you mean broad? He doesn't understand the difference between bara and asah. For a guy whose sole emphasis is the book of Genesis, to not know Hebrew, to depend entirely upon the King James Version for your biblical exegesis is just crazy town. It's crazy town. The guy's not as serious in any way. Yeah, BC, you don't need to know Hebrew. The KJV is God's word. Yikes. That's about it. That's about it with the Hovins, though. No, the Hovins are KJV only guys. Both Kent and Eric are King James only guys. It was bizarre. It was an absolutely bizarre debate. So it just was a reminder to me why I don't debate guys without PhDs. Because, Jack, right, there are two of them? Oh, yeah. There's two of them. There's a Kent Hovind and an Eric Hovind. Kent is Eric's infamous father. Okay? Infamous. The guy with 4 wives who can't seem to stay out of prison. Yeah. Yeah, that's special. Yeah, that family is special. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, just that's and it just gets weirder and weirder and weirder the deeper you get into that whole sort of Hovind abyss. It's not just that they don't know the biblical text very well. I mean, it's just, he, in his opening remarks, one of the things that I thought was very strange was when Eric Hovind started talking about Jesus, talking a lot about about Genesis. Jesus is so obsessed by Genesis, and then he talks about the Exodus and manna and Jonah, and I'm going, hey, wait, that's not in Genesis. Last I checked, that's not in the book of Genesis. I mean, I don't know if he just went off of got confused and went off on a rabbit trail there, but he started off talking about how Jesus is just always talking about Genesis, and it's like he ran out of things to talk about in Genesis, so started going through the rest of the book as Bible as well. I thought that was very interesting. That was special. Yeah, but again, he doesn't know basic biblical literacy. He doesn't know basic biblical literacy. Let me explain, says he's reading Second Genesis. Oh yeah, I would not surprise me one bit. Oh yeah. I mean, his father is just as biblically illiterate. I mean, they're both the same. There's very little difference. Yeah, I don't think, as far as I can tell, Eric's not of the same mens rea as his father is. But I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he would follow in his father's footsteps someday, because, dang, the guy doesn't know anything about his Bible. Does not know anything about his Bible. And basically accuses people who do know their Bibles of being on that path to apostasy. Yeah, to hear him accuse IP of being on the path to apostasy because he accepted interpretations like John Walton's, I think is just crazy. I mean, that's just inflammatory and crazy. Yeah, just yeah. So yeah, there was a whole lot of disingenuous remarks from Hovind. So yeah, I think he's been reading Second Genesis too much too. Pablo Marquez, let's hope for more prepared creationists. I think there are some out there. They're not terrific. Yeah. Yeah, Zach, that's exactly what I was just talking about earlier. Yeah, he totally says, Jesus talks. What your pastor didn't tell you said. Just rewatch. He totally says, "quote Jesus talked all about Genesis," and then starts using Jesus talking about Moses and Jonah as examples. Laugh out loud. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, that one caught me. You're like, what? Huh? Um, Moses and Genesis. Wrong book, dude. Wrong book. You've lost track of the script. You're off the road now. But we have church leaders that don't read. You can tell Eric Hovind doesn't read. He's got talking points. And this is the problem when we deal with a lot of apologetic ministries. And I lump here Dinosaur Land with other apologetic ministries here. Is they've got their talking points, they're not formally educated, and they don't read. Yeah, it's bad. Off the road again. Just can't wait to get off the road again. Yeah, it's just yeah, it's nuts. It's pretty nuts. Uh, Harry Stark adds here. At Pablo Marquez, I think you mean young Earth creationists. All Christians are creationists, including David Falk. Well, I stay out of the whole creationist game. Okay, I stay out of that. I'm not a creationist. Okay. Now, I think there is a point where there is an ex nihilo creation, right? But that doesn't make you a creationist necessarily. You know, you can believe in the Big Bang theory and under that rubric still be a quote believe in an ex nihilo creation. But to be a creationist is something very different and something very special. I don't hold to compatibilist theories. I never have. Well, I shouldn't say that. I have hold to compatibilist theories, but I've discarded them because I think that is beside the point of Genesis. Genesis is not talking about the trying to compatibilize science and the Bible. So anyway, I think we've flogged that horse pretty dead. So let's get on to the next super chat. All right. Let's see here. Next one here is from Diane S. Loftus for 199. Thank you very much for the super sticker. And all she says is thanks. And it's in a jiffy, and you can't see it on this, but it was there on the original live chat. So thank you very much for your contribution. Your contributions really help this channel, and we really, really appreciate it. And it helps keep us doing this work. So we thank you for your support. All right, next one is from Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you for the very generous super chat. What do you think of Seth Fleischman's suggestion that Amalek is the Luca sea people? I think it has legs. Yeah, I think that has legs. Amaleka, if you take the etymology of it being people of the Luca, yeah, I can see that as being a possibility. And we do know that the Luca did get around. They went all over the place. So they were not necessarily restricted to the coastal plain. So I think this particular theory has some legs. Now I don't know his specifics of what he said, but the whole general concept of Amalek being the Luca, yeah, I think there's a strong possibility there. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Andrew Guler again for $20. Thank you for the super chat. What do you make of the ley lines? Did the ancients align their holy buildings along lines of mystic energy? I think the ley lines are bunk. And I think the ancients did not align their buildings along these quote holy lines. This comes out of, say, pseudoscience from the 1920s. This was a very, very popular theory in a sort of movement that was called, what was it now? The Earth Mysteries movement. The whole idea that the Earth itself contains axes of power that form these little nodes, and buildings would be built along these nodes that would give extra mystical power and spiritual sacred significance. The only problem is it completely lacks warrant. there's no proof of this. It's been completely, you know, dismissed. I mean, it's pseudoscience. It's just plain pseudoscience. Yeah, if you have enough buildings, eventually you can probably find some points where they line up. That's sort of the issue of like randomness. Randomness will get you that eventually. But there's no evidence at all that there's any lines of mystic energy anywhere. So, yeah, this just comes this is completely unknown to the ancients. Completely unknown to the ancients. It comes out of the 1920s. Yeah, as I said, the Earth Mysteries movement. So it's a pseudoscience. It's sort of a kind of a cult thing, an occult thing, but it's 20th century. It's 20th century. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Andrew Guler again for $20. Thank you for the super chat. How do we know if Saul of Tarsus is from Tarsus, Spain, or Tarshish, Turkey? Okay. Those two places should actually be reversed. Okay. Tarshish, Spain, or Tarsus, Turkey. Okay. Now, we know where Tarsus, Turkey is. And it's sort of kind of on that elbow between where Turkey sort of takes that meets the sort of the the most eastern part of the Mediterranean. And Tarsus was an interesting city. It was originally a Hittite city, Tarsha, that then became Tarsus. So, it's mentioned in Neo-Assyrian records, and Saul is actually from that part of Turkey. So he's from Tarsus, Turkey. Okay. Now, Tarshish, Spain, is a contested place. It's a contested place. You do have scholars that will say that Tarshish is located in Spain. Some people will say it's located in Sardinia. Some people say it's another synonym for Tarsus. Okay. Now, there's one thing, though, that makes me... I mean, I'm going to right now here sort of say it's not Tarsus. Okay? Tarshish is not Tarsus. One of the things that really sort of nailed this into the sort of coffin for me is the whole idea of the voyage that Jonah takes. Now, the way most of these trade routes go is there's actually a natural current that goes clockwise around the Mediterranean. So typically, how boats sailed in the Mediterranean was you get on, if you want to go west, you typically get on in, maybe Palestine, and then you sail south, and then across the north of the Mediterranean, and then you circle back around up the northern Mediterranean. Okay? That's how you typically did it. So that would be sort of counterclockwise. If you want to get away from things, and you're Jonah, you're not going to start in, say, Palestine, Canaan, and you're not going to sail all the way around the Mediterranean just to come almost all the way back. You're going to get off the boat earlier, more westerly. So this sort of opens up either the Sardinia or the Teresa interpretation, which is Spain, which is of Tarshish. Okay, so I think in this particular case, Saul is definitely from Tarsus, Turkey, but there's also a Tarshish, and I would peg it at Spain. But I know there's a lot of scholars right now that think it's Sardinia too, just because there's a text that they found that sort of would highly suggest that it's in Sardinia. So it's going to depend on what sort of where your textual proclivities lie. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, and Japonis Conrafe for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Romans 5:12 says that death is a result of sin. Since babies can die, doesn't mean they go to the fiery place. I know this is a, quote, hot and complicated topic that goes back to the days of Augustine versus Pelagius, and he continues, and the whole issue of infant baptism. Also, Romans 5:12 is interpreted like guys like Michael Heiser to mean that we inherited death from Adam, not guilt or original sin, which sounds kind of Pelagian. All right. This is one of those times when you have to be really, really careful not to proof text. Because if you proof text this one, you're going to get the wrong interpretation. Okay? So we're going to take this one apart, and we are going to examine it. So go to Romans. Romans 5 and 12. And we are going to actually read. I'm going to start at verse 12, and we're going to actually probably go down to, I think, verse 17. Because you need enough of the context here to really sort of get the gist of the passage. Okay. Verse 12. Therefore, just as through one man sin entered into the world, and death through sin, so death spread to all men, because all sinned. For until the law, sin was in the world, but sin is not imputed where there is no law. Nevertheless, death reigned from Adam until Moses, even over those who had not sinned, in the likeness of the offense of Adam, who is a type of him who was to come. But the free gift is not like the transgression. For if by the transgression of the one the many died, much more did the grace of God and the gift by the grace of one man, Jesus Christ, abound to the many. And the gift is not like that which came through the one who sinned. For on the one hand, the judgment arose from one transgression, resulting in condemnation. But on the other hand, the free gift arose from many transgressions, resulting in justification. For if by the transgression of the one, death reigned through the one, much more those who receive the abundance of grace and of the gift of righteousness will reign in life through the one, Jesus Christ. Okay. So what we have here is sort of a chronological layout of biblical theology. Okay? That sort of overarching arc of history of salvation. So verse 5 we have to kind of see here as sort of the law, the old covenant. This is what's being shown here is the old covenant. It's the death through sin, essentially. So basically, that reigning of death is that where, say, the sons are responsible for the sins of the fathers. So this is the point here that there is that reign of death that was passed down from father to child, and on and on and on with that accumulating debt. But the gift through Jesus Christ is so much better, so much greater. So then, when we look at your question here, okay, so if a child dies, grace is extended. Because under the new covenant, you're not responsible for your parents' sin anymore. And the key to the verse here, key verse we want to look at here is verse 14. Nevertheless, death reigned from Adam until Moses, even over those who had not sinned in the likeness of the offense of Adam. What's that likeness of the offense of Adam? It's rebellion. See, with the grace of the gift of Jesus Christ, that death reigning is over. So, verse 14 is telling us here that we are before Christ. Didn't matter if you had sinned or not. The guilt was upon you. The guilt was upon you because of what your parents did. So this would be true in, say, an old covenant context, where if a baby died, yeah, it faced the judgment that was placed upon its parents. But with Christ, that's no longer true. And because, say, infants no longer don't sin in the likeness of Adam, which is rebellion, they are not destined for hell. They're not destined for eternal torment. So you have to take that entire Romans 5 in its context to be able to see that. Again, we get back to the point here of you shouldn't proof text. Because when you proof text, you can get into some really sort of sticky and unbiblical doctrines. So yeah, I would say here that under the new covenant, grace is extended. It's grace because you're no longer culpable for your parents' sin. You're only culpable for your own. And because babies don't sin, they're not culpable. So, anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope that helped. Okay, the next super chat. Here's another very, very generous super chat from Giseo Bayo for 55 euros. Thank you very much for the super chat. Dr. Falk, I saw you say in a comment that there is no evidence that Adam repented. That's correct. If so, who then taught Cain and Abel to sacrifice to God? And he says, it seems clear Eve repented at least, right? Yes. Yes, she did. Or perhaps it's weird that Eve gives them names, not Adam. Well, those names are indicative of, say, a sense of repentance. So I think it's clear from the text that Eve repented, but we have no evidence of Adam doing so. She talks about, the Lord's, will be her salvation. So let's take a look at her text here in the text. Find it here. Yeah, so we have here in Genesis 4:1, now the man had relations with his wife Eve, and she conceived and gave birth to Cain. And she said, I have gotten a man-child with the Lord. But, that's not the only place where she says it. Where else is she? Then in chapter 4, verse 25, and Adam had relations with his wife again, and she gave birth to a son and named him Seth, for she said, God has appointed me another offspring in place of Abel, for Cain killed him. So it's pretty clear that Eve repented. So that at least it looks like she has a particular trust in God. So there does seem to have been some repentance there. So she was deceived. She was deceived and she repented. Now that didn't fix the death problem, but it does seem to indicate that they're the future posterity of Adam and Eve got sort of their faith from their mother. Now, you could also make the argument too that because they got it from their mother too, things kind of went off the rails. So, and I won't go ahead and get into crime statistics and say families that have, say, a believing mother versus only a believing father. So, but they are very different crime statistics. So, yeah. Yeah. As my producer pointed out, the act of repenting gets you in right relationship with God, but it doesn't absolve you of consequences. So yeah, we have to put that in context here, that there's still consequences for Eve. It didn't change but it did get her back into a right relationship with God. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. That was a very generous super chat, and we really, really appreciate the support. Super chats like this help keep our channel going, and we really appreciate it. Andrew Tinsley for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Does the archaeological record indicate that Gibeon was uninhabited during the time of Joshua? The archaeological record for Gibeon is very interesting. And there's something about the record for Gibeon that I find eerily similar to that of Jericho. Eerily similar. Which is, you have an early Bronze city. You have a Middle Bronze city. You have no Late Bronze city. Then you have an Iron Age city. But you also have Late Bronze Age tombs. This is the same pattern we see at Jericho. And I think this is really, really interesting that we see the same pattern at Gibeon that we see at Jericho. Middle Bronze, early Bronze, Middle Bronze, a blank for Late Bronze, and then Iron Age. And yet we find in that blank of the Late Bronze Age evidence of Late Bronze Age occupation. Not a full city, but we find tombs. And I always keep raising the question, like, okay, why would we have Late Bronze Age tombs and no Late Bronze Age city? Well, I think the answer was provided to us by Lorenzo Nigro, who basically said that Jericho the site was leveled during the Late Bronze Age for construction. Later Iron Age construction. So that sort of begs the question of, well, why would we find that at now not just one site, but two sites? It seems to me very strong evidence for conquest. The Israelites are going in. Well, I think. You've got, I mean, the Israelites are coming in. They're coming in from the outside. They're coming in with their own ideas of how to build cities and houses. And they basically say, well, we're staying in these Canaanite houses temporarily, but we don't really like them. They don't really fit our needs. So they're just going to level the city off and start building their own stuff. So they might hang around in Canaanite houses for 50 years, but they're not going to keep it that way. They're going to do some radical reconstruction. So I think that's what's going on here in Gibeon is the same thing that's happening in Jericho, where you've got those Middle Bronze fortifications, early Bronze city, and then they start mud brick fortifications for the Late Bronze period, which are then just get mowed over, because frankly, mud bricks are much easier to mow over than, say, Middle Bronze fortifications. And then they just build on top of the leveled surface. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. But yeah, I think there was a Late Bronze occupation at Gibeon. It just ends up getting leveled for the Iron Age building phase. So anyway, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And another super generous super chat from Zeobeo for 55 euros. Thank you so very much. And he asks, you've recommended The Art of Biblical Poetry by Robert Alter before. Would you also recommend The Art of Biblical Narrative? Any thoughts on his translation and commentary on the Hebrew Bible? If you are familiar, thank you. I haven't read his translation. And I have not read his Art of Biblical Narrative. Now, his Art of Biblical Poetry is an absolute classic. Absolute classic. But the reason why it's an absolute classic is reading biblical poetry is a lot more tricky than reading biblical narrative. So, when you read The Art of Biblical Poetry, it's like having the veil lifted from your face. You know, the blinders are off. You can now see biblical poetry for what it is. So, it was revolutionary. People were doing all sorts of strange things to read biblical poetry, and this brought a common sense, well-supported method of reading biblical poetry. So, it was revolutionary. It was an absolutely revolutionary book. Yes, we do. The Art of Biblical Narrative, not so revolutionary. That was actually a lot of people have done some very good work on biblical narrative. So, I'm not sure if I would recommend it because I haven't heard it. I mean, you get people who just rave about the art of biblical poetry. You don't get so many people raving about the art of biblical narrative. So that's probably one of the reasons why I haven't read it, because I haven't found a compelling reason to read it. So, I haven't read it. So I usually don't comment on books I haven't read, but from what I understand, it's not the same sort of visionary work that the art of biblical poetry was. So there might be some good stuff in it, though. So I wouldn't turn my nose at it. He's a good author. He's a very good author. So I mean, if I had the opportunity, I'd probably read it, but I just haven't had essentially the need or the necessity to read it. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Billy Ningen for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Dr. Falk, it's been quite a minute. Well, it has, yes. How did people in the late Bronze Age view good and evil? Was it different from today? God bless. It was slightly different. And it's going to depend on what sort of society you're in. In the late Bronze Age, a lot of it was based upon what was good and bad for you. They wouldn't view, like, it. Today we kind of view good and evil as being sort of objective standards. They didn't view it that way in the late Bronze Age. In fact, quite the opposite. They would view it more along the lines of, well, is the deity coming to do good or bad to you? So it was more along those lines of how good and evil were viewed. So it wasn't, as I say, it was not quite in the same way as what we would do it today. We have sort of objective standards today of how good and evil are viewed, but yeah, it was a lot less objective back in the late Bronze Age. So in ancient Egypt, you would have a god, and gods in ancient Egypt were dualistic. So that means they had both a good side and a bad side. And whatever the response of the god was towards you depended on what aspect of that god was facing you at the time. In the case of more Canaanite deities, it was more, well, good was more defined by how did it square with the will of your particular deity. So, and say for example, the at Ugarit, good would be more defined by, well, is it within the will of the Father God El? Whereas bad would be, well, is this more of the will of the sea god Yom? So it more depended upon what was the characteristic of the deity mentioned. So there is a difference. There is a difference between how good and evil are viewed back then versus what is viewed today. And I think one of the things is too, you know, back then gods were seen as, say, even though not in terms of maybe omniscience or omnipotence, they were seen as being vastly powerful, more than we actually view it today. In many respects, even though they didn't have concepts such as omnipotence and omniscience, they viewed the gods as much more powerful than, say, people generally do today. Which is why, for example, concepts of good and evil in the ancient Near East were more along the lines of what was the will of, basically the might makes right. So if you were the mightiest god in your pantheon, it was just sort of presumed what you were doing was good, even if it didn't work in your favor. Whereas today, people tend to sit in judgment of God, judging his actions, even when they not necessarily don't have all the facts or misreading it. So there's definitely a difference between, say, modern conceptions of, say, good and evil and the divine versus what it was back then. So anyway, I hope that sort of clarified the issue here. Thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope that helped. Yes, he does have a Bible commentary. Robert Alter has a Bible commentary, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I haven't read his commentary, but I know he has one, which is a Hebrew Bible and commentary. So, yeah, yeah, Slammer. He does. Robert Alter does have a Bible commentary. So, but I haven't read it. Okay. Yeah. Boy, isn't it? I'll take that comment here. BC says, it's easy to judge God from your Netflix armchair. Oh, it's so easy. So easy. And so not reflective. You know. Humans are flawed. Humans are sinful. And somehow we want to judge God? Yeah. That's not working for me. Okay, let's take the next super chat here. Next super chat here is from Billy Ningen for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Do Levantine religions have something parallel to the Ark of the Covenant instead of Egyptian religions? Not that we can tell. They do have something similar to the cherubim, but that's also because of Egyptian influence on, say, Levantine culture. Like, for example, you do find winged sphinxes on images of thrones at the Megiddo ivories. But that symbolism is really, really, it's taken from Egyptian iconography. But as far as we can tell, other Levantine religions don't have anything similar to an Ark of the Covenant. They might, because we don't find a lot of their text preserved, but we just don't have any evidence for it. So, there's nothing more we can say about that. It's just, we don't have any pieces, we don't have any fragments of furniture. The preservation in the Levant's not great for that sort of material. So, anyway, again, we just don't have the evidence. I'm not going to say they didn't, but we don't have any evidence for it. So that's all we can sort of say. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. I want to thank Jack Ray for giving out Bible memberships to Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. It does help us, and it helps our community. We really appreciate it. And it's also a lot of fun, yeah. Okay. Let's see. The next one here is from Mouthwash for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Whole genome sequencing shows Israelite DNA to be indistinguishable from Bronze Age Canaanites. Why? Shouldn't they have at least some Egyptian DNA? Well, no, not necessarily. Not necessarily. They were an isolated community. I mean, yeah, they might have some Egyptian DNA, but how would you really tell Egyptian DNA for the most part? I mean, they are located in that in that Delta region, and the Delta region was heavily populated by Semitic Asiatics. You had various tribes of wandering Asiatics there. You had Amorites. So we wouldn't expect a huge amount of difference here, at least for DNA, between Bronze Age Canaanites and, say, the Israelites. We just wouldn't expect it. Plus, by the time they get into the Holy Land, they are starting to interbreed. Essentially, they marry Canaanite wives, even though they're told not to. So there does seem to be, and we have to admit too, Egyptians had a certain aversion to marrying Semitic Asiatics. Now, we do have some examples of Semitic Asiatics marrying Egyptians, but it's not common. It's not common. We do have a lot of marriage records from Egypt. So we don't find a lot of evidence of the intermarriage, but we do find a lot of evidence of Semitic Asiatics. We do find a lot of evidence of them building homes and reproducing. But that whole sort of intermarriage thing is something that the Egyptians didn't even like to eat with Semitic Asiatics. We're even told in Genesis that, Joseph says that, to his brothers, hey, the Egyptians, their custom not to eat with the Asiatics. So when we look at, say, something like intermarriage, it's kind of hard to strike up a relationship when you're not even willing to eat with your spouse. So, so there probably wasn't much interbreeding there going on. So that doesn't really surprise me that we would find mostly Canaanite DNA among the Israelites. So it's just one of those things that, they're Amorites, they're coming out of northern Mesopotamia. They're, breeding with other Semitic Asiatics in the Nile Delta. And they're going to pick up a lot more Canaanite DNA than they are going to pick up Egyptian DNA. So again, that doesn't surprise me one bit. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, Jesse Stone asks the question: how much chronological data does your Groundhog program currently have? Does it include chronological anchor points for the New Testament as well, such as the Gallio inscription? No, it doesn't include the. It does not include the New Testament period. We sort of made the cutoff point for it the 6th century BC. We've been asked to add the Greek stuff to this because there's a lot of uncertainty in Greek chronology, but we're not tempted to take that into the New Testament period. So it's just one of those things where we don't see any necessity for it to take it into the New Testament. And besides, New Testament chronology is very well established, so there really isn't much need for it. We might do the Greek stuff someday, though. But again, for us, our primary focus was the chronology of the ancient Near East, basically 6th century and earlier. So now within that specialization, we have 500 kings listed and about 200 synchronisms. So it's a good amount of data. It's a good amount of data. So there was actually a lot more data there than we realized when we first started the project. Jesse Stone. He says, the data becomes pretty crazy to keep track of when you move into the Greco-Roman period stuff, but there's still some challenges where computer-assisted programs would be amazing to have. Oh, yes, absolutely. We recognize that there'd be a need for that. But we don't have the time. Time is a huge enemy for us. So basically, if we had the time, well, we might. There are things we would love to add to the data set that we don't currently have. Like, for example, we want to get, say, more of the eponymic data from, say, Mesopotamia, because that'd be a huge addition. Having the eponym list would be just a fabulous addition, and we just don't have that in there. Again, time is the issue. The code also needs a revamp. There are some speed efficiencies that it needs. It also needs some more portability. Right now, it's sort of locked onto the Linux operating system, so you basically need a guy who can operate it. And we would like to take it and turn it into a piece of software that anyone can install on their system and run. But again, that's development time. And that's time I don't have. So where can Groundhog be found? It can be found on our website, and I'll put that link up in the chat here. Okay, and it can be found right there. Okay, I just put up the link for Groundhog up there. So yeah, we got a lot of data points, a lot of data. But again, if we want to make this more portable, we have to do a complete revamp of the code. So there's things we want to do with the project. It's just finding the time for it. And right now, my time is so between my day job and the YouTube channel, I don't have time for it really at the moment. So as I said, I'd love to do a lot more work on this. Because I think we need that. We need more people doing more chronology, using better systems and better programs. And this was the only program we've seen so far that can do chronology of this size. So It was a very ambitious project, a very, very ambitious project. Jack Ray, someone doesn't want others to see a spaghetti code. Oh well. I used to do a lot of spaghetti code. I mean, I think we've all been there. But no, I'm not so much into spaghetti code anymore. It's written in Python mostly. Python and JavaScript. I would like to do a couple of additional, say, utility programs as well, such so we can like download entire sets of data and upload entire sets of data. We don't have that function yet, and I wish I did have that function done. Keeps learning. Why do you only see squares? Why do you always see squares only in the groundhog? It's because you have to activate your scripts. We've been over this before, but let me just show it. So, here, please. Okay. I'm going to bring up a window here. All right. I actually to show as well. Capture cursor. Okay, well. All right. When you run it, okay. Go on the link here, and it'll give you squares. Okay. You see this? See my mouse cursor here in the top right corner? There is a window there with a warning. Insecure content blocked. And you have to load unsafe scripts. And once you load the unsafe scripts, it comes up. Okay. So, there you go. That's why you're seeing squares, because your browser blocked unsafe scripts. So anyway, awesome, you got it. Awesome. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps. Okay. See, they don't have that question quite just yet. Here it is. Okay. Andrew Graham asks, how does one get involved in chronology? You have to be born stupid. Chronology is a morass. It is a morass. You have to love basically taking your head and ramming it into a brick wall real hard. Look, to do it right takes a lot of work. It takes an awful lot of work. But there's also a lot of reward, too. Now, you have to be comfortable with ambiguity. You have to be comfortable with it. It takes a certain type of person to not only get involved with chronology, but be good at it. You have to be stubborn. Okay? You have to be stupid, because smart people don't get involved with chronology, because nobody outside the world of chronology understands it. So, yeah, Heiser said, yes, he actually did say that. He said, Keeps Learning says, Heiser said biblical chronology was a waste of time. Maybe he never saw your work. No, he didn't see my chronological work. But at the same time, he has a point. The attempt to make biblical chronology, say, reconcile with, say more of a secular chronology, is a fool's errand. It's a fool's errand. Because Hebrew writers aren't writing in that way. So you have to understand that too. Um, but there's a you have to have this weird mix today. I mean, it was different in the past. To be honest, doing chronology in the past was kind of different because you could get away with doing chronology by hand, and as long as it was sounded reasonable, it would be accepted. Today, it's gotten so complicated. You have to be a computer engineer. You have to be an ancient Near Eastern expert. And not just an expert in one particular silo, such as, say, ancient Egypt. Yeah, yeah. You can't just be an Egyptologist or an Assyriologist. You have to have a good command of writing systems and documents across the ancient Near East. So it takes. I mean, you have to be really pig-headed. You have to be really stubborn and really love this stuff to do it. Andrew Game. Okay, I was born stupid. Laugh out loud. Oh yeah. But I'll say this too. There's so many open questions in chronology, and it's rewarding. But there's risks too. There's risks too. Like to anything. I mean, you can get things fabulously wrong, and not know you got things fabulously wrong. So you have to have a lot of attention to detail. Um, so there's a lot of things that I would say I wouldn't recommend people go into chronology unless they really find it interesting. Uh, you have to be really, really interested in the subject. And you also have to be interested in basically alternative views as well. So it's not just about getting the chronology right, it's also engaging other views in this. And frankly, you are engaging a lot of cranks. So, yeah. There's too many dilettantes in the field. So it's one of those things, one of those fields where there are few true experts, few people who really know their stuff in this, but there's something wrong with all of them. And I stand among them. There's something wrong with me that I like chronology the way I do. Hey, Rob's on. Awesome. So anyway, um, if I was to get started again, I would do it the exact same way I did before, which is, design software to help me do it, and then learn everything I can about synchronisms, the reign lengths of kings, king lists. Go. You have to love pouring through old documents. Uh, you feel a bit like Gandalf, you know, um, in the library at Minas Tirith, and he's reading through all these um, first age, second age documents, and he's got piles of books and documents on his desk, and that's all he's doing is drinking whatever he drinks, and pouring through document after document after document after document. So and that's really the sort of the grunt work of chronology. Is you're going through just tons and tons and tons of documents. So Python dictionaries to solve synchronisms like a slide rule. To some extent, yeah, yeah, yeah. You do use that. You do use Python dictionaries a lot. It's not all of it though. You're going to have to do a lot of SQL. You know, I use behind mine. I use a MySQL database, so you have to know SQL code too. And then you're gonna have to find some way to display the output. So throw in some JavaScript. So yeah, there's a lot that's involved in doing something this. But you also have to add some Akkadian, some Middle Egyptian. Hittite was definitely beneficial. Hebrew, Greek, just there's just those little languages that you need as you go along the way. So yeah, it requires you to be a jack of all trades and a master of all trades too. So that's what I would say about anyone who wanted to get into chronology is you've got a long road ahead of you. But boy, you can learn a lot. And that's why I did it, is because I found it so rewarding. It was so rewarding to be able to just, you know, understand the relationships between, because you're not just learning about, say, the absolute calendar dates of kings. In fact, that's the minor piece. That's the minor bit. That's sort of the sprinkles on the cake, the frosting on the cake. Except not even as good as frosting. The better part was actually learning about various relationships between these kings. Like, for example, learning that King Tut had a relationship with Bernaburniash of Babylon. That was cool. That was just really, really cool. You find out all these various kings had this sort of basically sent letters to each other. They sent all these cool letters to each other. Yeah, you've broken into their diaries and you're reading about their personal lives. So it's fascinating. It's fascinating work. It's highly rewarding if you don't just focus on the dates. And if you're not approaching it with an ideological axe to grind, and unfortunately, too many people are doing that, is they're approaching this with an ideological axe instead of saying, well, what can I learn out of this? What can chronology bring to the table that makes all this work worthwhile? So that's what I would say about chronology. Is greatly rewarding, but it's difficult. It's time consuming. It's finicky. You need a lot of education for it. You have to be humble and flexible. And yeah, you wonder some days if I was just stupid to do it. But again, what I learned out of it, one of the things I learned, early Exodus date for Amenhotep II, impossible. Absolutely, completely impossible. Didn't know that to begin with, but I learned it. I found that out through doing it. So, yeah. If you can rule out a possibility, you have actually learned something. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, PC618 for 199. Thank you for the super chat. What is the genre of Jonah? Was he really eaten? Genre there's a mix of genres in Jonah. There's a lot of poetic. There's a little bit of narrative. It's going to depend upon which you're talking about. Now, was he really eaten? I think he was. There are whales that are. There's at least 2 species of whale that have esophaguses big enough to swallow a human being. Do they do it intentionally? No. But we've one of the things we've discovered about whales too is they sometimes they eat things unintentionally. It's kind of like you get some idiot who puts a quarter in their mouth and swallows it by mistake. Wasn't intending to eat the quarter, but he still swallowed it. Whales have done the same thing, and sometimes we've even regretted it. Like there was a dead killer whale that just washed up on the shore recently, but eaten like 5 sea lions. They don't normally go after sea lions. They prefer fat seals instead. But did he intentionally eat them? Well, he might have, but not his prey of choice. So sometimes that happens in the animal kingdom where an animal will eat something it's not best for them, and they just do it in any way. So I personally am of the conviction that that Jonah was eaten and died in the belly of the whale. So, mhm. Well, that's a point my producer points out. This is one of the signs that Jesus said. He gives you the sign of Jonah. Well, if Jonah wasn't really eaten, it wouldn't be much of a sign for Jesus and his resurrection from the tomb. The fish is a type of tomb. And the antitype is the tomb of Christ. So, yeah, it's the grave. It's the grave. So, yeah, I think he really was eaten. I don't see any reason not to believe it. The fact that Jonah came back to life is much more incredible than him being eaten by a fish, to be honest. Yeah. 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 And my producer points out here that the people who doubt the story doubted on a Disneyfied version of this, where Jonah didn't die in the belly of the whale. He's just sort of sitting in the belly of the whale, with an oil lamp, writing his memoirs. No, Jonah really died, and I actually find that part of the story much more difficult to reconcile than the fact he was eaten. So it's like, okay, the fact he was eaten by a fish, I can dig it. I can get into that. That doesn't really concern me in the fact that it's unbelievable. Raising from the dead, that's a miracle. That's a miracle. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped, and we really appreciate your support. There was a couple of non-super chats earlier on, but I will take them on later. Okay, Jesse Stone for 999. Thank you for the super chat. Given all the shakeups happening in higher ed at the moment, where do you see specialist fields going in the coming years? Will Egyptology and archaeology departments still be around, but in fewer places? Well, that's been the trend for the past 50 years. Is the humanities are basically being phased out. And that's a problem. That's a problem. Basically, the STEM fields are really sort of money-hungry fields. You need a lot of money to fuel STEM fields. And the prime candidate for this is basically the humanities. So we've seen a lot of endowments and scholarships and funded chairs being transferred from the humanities into the STEM fields, just to satisfy those competitive needs of the STEM fields. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's going to breed a scientism. It's definitely going to breed a scientism. Mm-hmm. Yeah, as my producer says, this is going to breed a sort of an ethos where scientism and technology becomes the only answer to any question. And that's definitely wrong-headed, and that's going to have consequences down the road. It's already having consequences. We've got a society now that's largely illiterate. We've trained everyone to read, but nobody does read. Literacy Slamrn asks, is archaeology a STEM field? No, it isn't. No, it's still archaeology is still considered a humanity. It's not, or an art. It's not considered to be a STEM field. STEM fields those are your science, technology, engineering, and medicine. That's your STEM fields. Okay, so archaeology is definitely not in the sciences, and it's not a technology or engineering, and it certainly ain't medicine. But we have the problem with this, though, is, as I said, we are largely becoming a culture that's illiterate. It's becoming illiterate. Mark Twain once said, "The person who does not read has no advantage over the person who can't read." And that's what we're seeing. I mean, we're seeing Bible professors today that don't even read the text. Like, fundamentally, do not read the Bible. This is supposed to be the book you're studying, and you're not reading it. And I've seen some silly biblical gaffes from scholars who should really know better. We saw that in that debate between IP and Eric Hovind. It's clear that Hovind didn't understand or had not read recently the biblical text. And in our culture, we do get into that sort of frame of mind where we think, oh, we've read it once. I understand it. No, this is something that requires constant reading, because it's such a, dense book. You don't get away with reading it once. So we also see there's also a leaning in higher ed too that we also have to be aware of. Back 100 years ago, there wasn't that much literature. Okay, there wasn't that much secondary literature. So understanding the primary text was the be-all and the end-all. C.H. Dodds did an interview for BBC Radio, and the interviewer said, "Well, I understand you've memorized the entire New Testament in Greek." And Dodds said, "Yeah, it's not a big book." He memorized the entire New Testament in Greek. That was considered to be the sort of the gold standard of the academy in his day, where you were expected to take your primary source material and memorize it. Today's academics aren't taught to memorize. And I can see why that might not necessarily be beneficial, but there's so much literature coming out, it has become more important for academics to be able to find literature than it is to memorize it. But in that swing, in that big pendulum swing from memorization to being able to find things, you're missing something in between. People can find things and not understand them. Just like you can memorize something and not be able to find anything else. So, the solution to that is reading. Because reading is a memory device. That's why we write things down, so we don't have to memorize them. But in sort of taking that pendulum swing from memorization to the ability to find things, our reading comprehension has gone way down as a culture and even in higher ed. I have read so many books on the church fathers that have been written in recent times where it's very, very clear that the scholar involved did not understand what he was reading. And that is because the church fathers wrote in a style of prose that is so dense and thick and expansive. Okay? You have to sort of follow the argument when you read like the early church fathers, like Irenaeus, you have to follow an argument for 50 pages before he actually gets into the meat of it. And if you didn't read that 50 pages, you're lost. Yeah. Yeah, you're basically keeping 50 pages in your head of argumentation. No. No. You can't forget about, as my producer points out here, you can't just forget about what you just read. You have to have a focus of attention. It's very attentive reading to do that kind of reading. And it's a skill that's not taught today. You do find it still being done in, say, philosophy. Those who are, say, philosophy majors still do a lot of attentive reading. But it's a dying skill. It's a dying skill. And as philosophy departments get phased out, like the rest of the humanities, that's going to become less and less of a skill that's going to be around. So, yeah, unfortunately, Jesse, the future prospects for Egyptology and archaeology departments is not good. It's not good. And, it'll linger on. There'll be a handful of departments still operating, but what'll happen is eventually, because as these departments get less enrollment, they'll start to be aggravated. So you'll get basically they'll be you'll take these independent departments, they'll get merged into one single department, and then eventually certain roles will be phased out. Like Egyptology will be phased out in most places where it exists today. So that's sort of the future of Egyptology. Again, it's one of those. Egyptology is one of those fields too, where it's really hard to get the degree. It's sort of the par excellence field of history, but at the same time too, it's very difficult to get that degree. Few spots are offered, few places offer it at all, and it's not seen as being a high priority field within the academy. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I want to thank Jack Ray for gifting another 10 memberships. We really appreciate the support, and we thank you for helping the community out. We so appreciate it. Okay, another super chat here from Jesse Stone for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. If you had to lose one, would you prefer to lose your access to academic journals or your access to academic conferences? Ooh, tough choice. I prefer not to lose either, and but I think it's a difficult choice. 10 years ago, I would have said, yeah, I'd rather lose my access to academic conferences. Nowadays, it's not so much of an issue. With open access publishing and academia.edu, a lot of the access to academic journals is now online for free. A lot of it. So it's not as important as it once was. There was a time when you could only get academic journals by going to a library or through a database. Not true anymore. So you can actually get a lot, for example, you can even get, there's a free access tier to JSTOR, where you can look up, say, I think it's 100 articles a month or something like that, for free. That's going to satisfy most of your needs. So, but if they cut it off altogether, I would still say I would much rather lose access to the conferences than the journals. The journals are sort of basically where all the real sort of big discoveries are done. Now, I like academic conferences, don't get me wrong. but they're also expensive, and you pay for everything yourself. So, yeah. Scholars attached to universities often have um, Jesse Stone. Lose means lose, David. No looking for freebie loopholes. Well, then, if that's the case, then I'd rather lose the academic conferences. Yeah, yeah. Because here's the thing: academic conferences, some of those papers are provisional. Some of them they're going to change their minds on the stand they take there. Once you've got it peer reviewed, published in an academic journal, that's pretty much gold, and you can quote that. So I definitely take the journals over the conferences. And I think most academics would be that way. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helps. PC618 for 199. Thank you for the super chat. What's your opinion on Adam and Abraham historicity? I think they were both historical figures. I think there was a real Abraham. I've actually done videos on basically synchronisms between Abraham and other figures in the ancient Near East, such as Hammurabi. I think Adam was a historical figure. I know here that Adam has no name. He's just called the man. But that's what he's called, the man. But I do think he was actually a real person. Now, I also know, too, that that whole story is a bit of a reception history as well. Whereas, say that there was a real event that's being shaped in terms of, say, as temple inauguration and temple ritual. So that's a particular lens through which the Hebrew writer is writing it. But I think there's a real, say, history underneath that reception history. So that's sort of where I stand on the historicity of Adam. I think Abraham is a historical figure. And so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Francis Dobbs for $2. Question in the chat. Thank you for the super chat. Any thoughts on the new sayings fragment P. Oxyrhynchus 87, 55, 75 and its possible usage of material from Luke, Matthew, and the Gospel of Thomas? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the latest from Oxyrhynchus. So, but I recognize the reference here. So, you know, these are the papyri that came from Oxyrhynchus. Basically, 2 million papyri, basically peeled off of the mummies of crocodiles. So, and they had all sorts of things. And this is not the first gospel text that has been taken from Oxyrhynchus. So, you know, that's that doesn't surprise me. So, we do know that sayings texts were, so it did float around. But I don't have any particular thoughts on it. I don't think it affects anything in any way. Like, I don't think a new Oxyrhynchus papyrus that has sayings curated from Luke, Matthew, or Thomas is going to affect the historicity of the Gospels in any way. I just don't see this as being all that significant. Other than that, yeah, you're gonna if you got something from the Gospel of Thomas, then that sort of alludes to that it's a late material, probably 2nd century AD, and it would indicate that the author would have access to Gnostic material, and this was fairly common for the Gnostics to do anyway, which is to basically collect the sayings of Jesus without sort of revealing his identity. So that would be very typical of a Gnostic writing, as it were. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that sort of add some insight to this, even though I have not read the text myself. So thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. Okay, Zeo Bayo for 55 euros. Thank you very much for the super chat. Regarding ex nihilo, what exactly is understood by nihilo? Did the ancients believe that God made the waters too? Or were they pre-existent and nothing simply meant disorder? Nothing worth talking about, like how there's nothing in a desert. Okay. We get the saying out of Greek, and the whole idea of ex nihilo, out of nothing, is really more of the idea of out of absence. So that's more of the connotation of what's meant by ex nihilo. Now, pre-Greek civilizations did believe, depending on which one you're talking about. I mean, you had some that believed in, say, everlasting primordial waters. Some Mesopotamian myth believed this, and certainly the Egyptian Atum-Re myth definitely believed in eternality of the primordial waters. Okay. So those, if you take it in those contexts, they would say you'd have more of the desert meaning here. But they weren't the only culture that believed that. And the Bible seems to be more along the lines of that at some point there was nothing as an absolute nothing, and then the waters were created. And then the waters were separated to reveal the earth. So, now, the whole question of there being pre-existent, I actually prefer the term presumptive creation. The Bible seems to look at creation as being a presumptive and resumptive act. Like you, for example, get texts like where God stretched out the heavens like the curtain of a tent. That would be a presumptive creation. But then you get, say, the setup of the sacred space in the temple of creation in Genesis 1, and it almost seems that there's a resumptive aspect to it, that God made this and then resumed his creative acts. So I don't think Genesis 1, for example, talks about ex nihilo creation. In fact, it seems to be exactly the opposite. It doesn't teach it in any way. The whole idea of ex nihilo creation is a New Testament concept in all reality. So it's one of those ideas that at some point God created from the things not seen. And that's where we sort of get our New Testament ideas of ex nihilo creation, is that you have God who created the universe. Well, at some point there would have been an ex nihilo act somewhere. Whether that is just, he snaps his fingers and fiat shows up, or he uses a cosmic vacuum expansion to, say, draw out the universe from a vacuum envoidment. Basically matter coming out of essentially virtual particles. So either way, there's going to be, you could constitute either one as being an ex nihilo act. So in that case, you do see there's multiple ways ex nihilo can be understood here. So, but I think the ancients, as I said, it depends on the myth. Some ancients won't believe in ex nihilo creation. Some of them will think the waters were primordial and eternal. Others will think that God created the waters. So, anyway, thank you very much for that really super generous super chat. You've been very generous tonight. We really have appreciated your support, and I hope that helps. PC618 for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Are Jesus and John the Baptist apocalyptic Jews? Does this mean they believe no soul separate from the body, the same as other apocalyptic Jews? Well, they do believe in a soul. Okay? They do believe in a soul. That much is clear. At least Jesus is clear. We don't actually have much from John. We got his basic speech of repentance and his recognition of Jesus, but we don't have a lot. There is a sect, I think it's called the Ebionites, that were, say, disciples of John the Baptist that sort of continued on after John's death. But they're soon sort of brought back into, say, the Christian fold, and we don't have a lot of writings from them. Jesus, on the other hand, we have a lot more. And Jesus, is clear that he does believe in sort of a kind of apocalypse. But it's not the same as, say, the apocalyptic sects of Jews. It's not like they're expecting the day of the Lord to occur immediately. There does seem to be a futuristic aspect to the day of the Lord. Now, for those of you who don't know, the day of the Lord is an event that's prophesied in the Old Testament and even in the book of Revelation, where the end is coming. Basically, the Lord comes back, administers justice, sets the world right again, and it's kind of a cataclysmic event. A lot of apocalyptic Jews were basically anticipating the coming of the day of the Lord to kick out the Romans. So you get a lot of those in the first century. So you do see that in Jewish literature. It's clear that while Jesus was, say, a kind of apocalyptic Jew, he's not the same kind of apocalyptic Jew as the other sects of apocalyptic Jews. So, Jesus did definitely hold that there was a soul separate from the body. He definitely held that. But there's also the idea of the fact that, Jesus also taught that there was, once your soul was separated from the body, life continued on. He quotes, for example, to the Sadducees who didn't believe in life after death. Yahweh said to Moses, I am the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob. He is the God of the living, not the dead. So it's very, very clear that Jesus believed in a life after death and a life immediately going on after death. So he's very much takes that view that once you die, that's not the end of things. There's no sort of pause. There's no intermission. There's no intermission between, say, the death of the body and the day of the Lord. People, those who are followers of Yahweh, followers of Jesus Christ, they live on. They live on. So, now the whole question of what's the state of the body after death is a bit of an open question. It's a bit of an open question. Do they receive that body immediately, or do they receive it, say, before the second coming? That's an open question that's debated within, say, Christian circles. And Jesus is not as clear on that as he is on, say, the whole idea of life after death. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Bubba Homeschool for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, how did ancient Egyptian music work? Did they notate their music? What kinds of instruments are shown in their texts? Okay. We don't know how Egyptian music works. It's believed that they follow what's called the Egyptian scale, which is a 5-note scale, but we're not exactly sure how early that dates. We know that dates to Arabic period music in Egypt, but we don't have evidence of it happening any earlier than that, so we're not exactly sure, but we kind of think that that's what happened. It was a 5-note scale. Did they notate their music? We don't have any texts that show music notation, so we can't say for sure how they notated it. We did get found some recent notation of music from the Hittites just recently. And they had I'm not sure what the scale was there. So the concept of noting music was a thing. It was a thing back in the times of ancient Egypt. We're just not sure if the Egyptians did it. As for types of instruments are shown in their texts, we actually do have several musical instruments that have survived, and and you can actually see them in the museums because they were preserved in tombs. There was they had the flute, they had the sistrum, which is kind of a rattle, and they had the like a lyre, which is and a kind of harp. They had two sizes of lyre, okay, or harp. They had a small handheld version, and then they had the big one. Okay? And they used both of them. They had both types. And these are stringed instruments. So they did have quite a combination of instruments there. So the flute, the sistrum, and the lyre. They also had clappers too that they could use as well. So yeah, they had a lot of musical instruments. We do see them in reliefs. There's a relief at the British Museum that shows 3 women actually using musical instruments. It's actually not a relief, sorry, it's a painting. Painting on plaster of women using musical instruments. So we do see it, and we do see them doing this for both religious purposes and entertainment. So those are the types of instruments that we find. There was examples of the lyre found in the tomb of King Tut. There's been several examples of sistrum found. And we don't have any examples of flutes, I don't think, but we see them in the paintings. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And Jack Ray gifted another 10 memberships. Thank you again, Jack, for sponsoring this channel. We really appreciate it. Okay, Jonathan for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is your general view of how inspiration works? Especially of the Old Testament, given readings between the Septuagint and Masoretic texts. Okay. Basically, my view of Old Testament inspiration is pretty much the same as it is for the New Testament. So I don't have a special category for inspiration. Just for essentially what my view of inspiration is that God prepares the biblical writer for doing the work he's called them to do. And that's done through his life experiences, through his education, who his parents were, who his grandparents were, his triumphs, his failures, his jobs, what literature he reads. Every life experience and life situation that the writer goes through prepares him and brings him to that point where he writes the inspired text. Now, big I inspiration is basically then God uses that situation to craft the words that the writer then chooses to express himself in the biblical text. So that's my view of sort of big I inspiration. Now, on a small level, kind of inspiration happens to us all, at least those who are in faith in Jesus Christ. If I didn't get to where I am now by accident. I'm not gonna stay here either, but I look back at my own life, and it was no accident I got here. I mean, I had just the amazing amount of, say, I hate to say the word coincidence, because it's not coincidence, it's providence, that got me to where I was. Like, for example, if I didn't go into IT, I would have never. Now, when I got my first IT job, I wrote a letter of thank you, and it got to my prospective employee or employer the next day. Now, that's not so uncommon in the U.S. mail system. It's darn freaky in the Canadian mail system to drop a letter in the mail slot that evening and have it show up the next morning. That doesn't happen in the Canadian postal system, not very darn often. Okay? There was some sort of angelic post there that was delivering my letter. But that IT job got me into IT. That got me to San Jose, where I took up a job in San Jose. It's where I met my wife, got married. Then I lost my IT position, started a business, moved to Nevada. It didn't go so well, it failed. Then, very last week, before my rent was due, got a call from an IT firm to go work in Chicago. I went to Chicago. And then just happened to get a job at a company that had a educational perk. So I started my Master Divinity degree at TEDS. Okay. Well, 2 degrees later, I get another one that, third master's degree at the University of Toronto. And it's like, okay. I finished that up, tried to apply for PhDs and didn't get into any of them. Then I got a call basically saying, hey, I got an opportunity for you. How'd you like to study under Kenneth Kitchen? Free ride. Cool. Yeah, what's the chances of that happening? Me finishing up my degree at the very last point where I get that call. It's like, okay. I highly believe in providence and inspiration. And that's because I've seen it in my own life. I mean, very, very odd. And as I said, it's a combination of things. It's the good stuff that happens to you and the bad. Your triumphs and your disappointments. Things that seem coincidence that really isn't. Yeah. And as my producer said here, it's often the disappointments that shift you into the direction God needs you to go. As I said, if my jewelry making business in Nevada had been a total success, I would have never gone to seminary. If my IT career had gone off without a hitch, I wouldn't have gone to do my PhD. There would have been. It was my failures that kept driving me forward. Now, I'm not a complete idiot about this and say, well, you should always embrace your failures. Failures are unpleasant. Okay, let's be real about this. No one wants to fail at anything. Yeah, and if you're failing all the time, you might want to re-examine a bit about what you're doing. So, Um, but you can learn from your failures. Yeah. Yeah. If you don't learn from your failures, you will continue to failure. Yeah, continue to fail, like my producer just said. Okay. So I don't think failure is pleasant. It's not optimal, but you learn something more from your failures than you will do from your success. You know, there's something called the winner's fallacy. You know, basically, where the guys who are, you know, highly successful, you know, they may not know how they got there because they didn't learn anything along the way. They just muddled along, and all of a sudden, they're successful. Whereas if you fail enough, yeah, you're eventually going to learn something. So I think there's value to failing at times. So no one likes it. It should be painful because you don't want to repeat it, but at the same time too, it's sometimes your most valuable experiences. And I think God uses that to get you moving in the direction he needs to. So I take that as, yeah, I'll take Harry Stark's comment here because I think it's, Harry Stark says, the same thing happened to me. I was crying my eyes out after being rejected for PhD programs and got an offer for being part of a research program. Yeah, it does happen. Won't happen to everyone, but, you know, I'll even admit this. I was deeply disappointed in my first round of PhD applications. Yeah. I didn't get into a single PhD program that year, but I got into a master's program. Like I needed another master's degree, like I needed a hole in the head. So I took that master's degree program at the University of Toronto. But what I did there was I focused on language learning. I made up for deficits in my Egyptian by taking like late Egyptian and Middle Egyptian texts at the same time. Very intensive training, very intensive. But that set me up to take, you know, to get into. So when I did my PhD at Liverpool, they said, okay, how many years of Egyptian do you have? Okay, well, with Toronto, I have 3 years. Well, we would normally require 4, but you can easily make up 1 year. So, so yeah, there's definitely value. You can learn things through your failures. You know, I was deeply disappointed I did not get into the PhD program. And when I applied for the PhD program at University of Toronto, didn't get in there either the second time around. You know, after doing my master's there. But then I got that PhD program at Liverpool and didn't seem quite so bad anymore. Which is kind of okay because, quite frankly, the PhD program at Toronto is a bit rubbish. Oh yeah. Well, my producer here points out that she asked me what I would when we first started out, what would be my fantasy program for doing a PhD, and I said Liverpool, but there was no possibility I was ever going to go to Liverpool. Liverpool has empty pockets. They don't fund their PhD. They don't fund you as a PhD. You have to have outside income. So I thought there was no way I'd be able to earn a PhD at Liverpool. But then I found there was a funder. You know, Mark Lanier funded my PhD. I never saw that coming. So it's absolutely true that that, you know, you fail at one thing, but then God can open a door for something else. So yeah, nice try, Slammer. Slammer's RN says, I think Dr. Falk is a yak at Vish. I could be wrong on this. Yeah, you're probably wrong on this. I don't get into the whole origins game, and I'm not a young Earth creationist. Okay. Just want to make sure I clarify that. All right, let's go to the next super chat here. That it? No. I'm trying to find out where I am. Okay. So we just left off here with Jonathan's. As for the different readings between the Septuagint and the Masoretic text, we should probably just touch on that briefly. The Septuagint kind of takes a kitchen sink approach to text. I've noticed this a couple of times where you would have, say, two readings from two different text families. Like you'd have a Masoretic reading and you have a Samaritan Pentateuch reading, and then you for some reason find both readings in Septuagint. So it does strike me that sometimes the translators of the Septuagint had both texts at their disposal, and then other texts again, and then basically selected the readings that they thought were most likely. That doesn't make the Septuagint uninspired, but it does mean that you have to be a bit careful about how you declare what's the correct reading. Again, I think it all comes down to trying to figure out what the autographs have. And you're going to need the Septuagint to do that. You're going to need the Masoretic text, the Septuagint, or Samaritan Pentateuch, and the Dead Sea Scrolls to help you sort of navigate all those issues. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay, the next super chat here is from Jesse Stone for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Any plans to review the final excavation reports from Khirbet El Maktir once the volume on Biblical Eye drops? Oh boy. I hadn't planned on it. First of all, I don't think Khirbet El Maktir is the Biblical Eye. I just don't see it. This is another attempt by Associates for Biblical Research to salvage their early Exodus date. I mean, look, I think those guys are great excavators. They're well seasoned excavators. They're excellent excavators. They also tend to twist the data. That's the problem with Associates for Biblical Research, is they'll just twist the data wherever they can. I think they found some significant stuff wherever they dig. I mean, they're as I said, they're really good field archaeologists. Really, really good field archaeologists. You just can't trust them to document it. You just can't trust what they say. Yeah. They can find things. It's the analysis that really sucks. And they'll omit data they don't like, which responsible archaeologists don't do. They will redate typologies to fit their ideology, which again, responsible archaeologists don't do. They'll make up stuff. I mean, that whole Mount Ebal amulet fiasco was ABR, trying to grind a ideological axe. And everything they've done at like Shiloh and Maktir has been the same deal. It's been the same stuff at Shiloh and Maktir. Yeah, they find great stuff in the field. Absolutely. And if they had just published it without analysis, it would be greatly beneficial. But they just can't help themselves. They always want to put in that twist to support their early Exodus point of view. So, yeah. So, Yeah, Andy Gone Wild uh, says it was horrible how many Christians just grabbed the Mount Ebal curse amulet and ran with it. Oh, they did. Oh, it was horrible. And you couldn't stop them. You couldn't stop it. You know, you tried. I mean, I did my best to say, hey, wait, maybe you should put the brakes on it and wait for this to go through the analysis of peer review. Oh, no, no, no. They just ran with it. And frankly, ABR didn't help. You know, Associates for Biblical Research, didn't publish or didn't, do a paper at a conference. They announced it in a press conference. Before any experts had a good look at this. Yeah, it is giving fodder to the skeptics. Yeah. Yeah, it was really, really bad. And but we don't learn from this. You know? Christians aren't learning from these lessons. You know? He also adds giving fuel for the skeptics. Absolutely. We keep doing this. We keep doing this. We throw logic out the window. We throw good archaeological methodology out the window. And then we wonder why Christianity has got egg on its face. Because they're having a party at the Bible's expense and it's just taking the Bible down with it. So, it's really unfortunate, but you try to say, hey, pull the brakes on this a bit. That Mount Ebal thing, yeah, let's wait for the high-res photos come up. Nope, gotta publish it now. Because we got the proof. That the documented hypothesis is wrong, and so is the late Exodus date. No, you didn't do either. Oh boy. And then you got guys like Steve Collins that did the meteor burst of Tel El Haman. Well, you know what? Maybe we should consult a few real environmental scientists of this, meteorologists. No, we're not going to do that. We're just going to go straight to the academic press, and then, we'll go to the public press first. And yeah, they didn't even go to Nature first. They went to the press first. Oh, brother. So yeah, it's bad. It's really, really bad when this stuff happens. And this is why methodology is so important. This is why I stress this so often. Is you have to do things the right way. And if you don't do them the right way, you get not only the wrong results, you look stupid in the process. And ABR is just bringing needless ridicule on the faith. So, all right, so that's my rant here. Thank you very much for that super chat and the follow-up comments. Yeah, it boils my blood. It boils my blood because all of this is just so preventable. It's so preventable, but we just never learn. It's preventable and predictable. Preventable and predictable. This is just going to happen again. It's just going to happen again because this is the modus operandi of Associates for Biblical Research. Make a big splash in the newspaper. Promoting your position. Collect lots of funding. Then it gets showed up in the peer reviewed as being complete and utter bunk. And then they go, oh, those dirty secularists. They're just unbelievers. They're persecuting us for righteousness' sake. Yeah, but the problem is once you get to that point where the peer reviewers are rebutting these things, that those rejoinders never make it to the Christian in the pew. So the Christian in the pew is just emptying out their wallet to ABR and just enabling them to do more of this. So, yeah. And then these excuses start beginning. So, and boy, they can come up with some fabulous excuses. I still have it hard to believe that Petrovich still to this day, claims that the only people to have reviewed his book were those that didn't read it. And it's like, no, there were reviewers that read his book. Well, I even heard him on the radio once, accuse his critics of persecuting him for righteousness' sake. So it's just like, no, you're being honestly critiqued because you're wrong. And sloppy, and illogical, and lazy, and all those vices that go into bad scholarship. So anyway, that's my thoughts on this. I don't trust this field report to analyze these or even include all the data honestly. I think they could have done some really good stuff here because, access to an archaeological site is a gift and a responsibility. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 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 I could rant on this subject all night. Because here's the other aspect of this too. You only get to excavate an archaeological site once. Okay? Archaeology is an inherently destructive discipline. Once you dig up a site, you can never re-dig it. It's never going to be the same again. You'll never find anything in situ a second time. And in situ means in the site, in the position where it was found. So this is why archaeologists have a moral responsibility to, when they dig, the price we pay for digging is publication of everything. That's why your publications have to be thorough, honest, precise, and unbiased. At least as unbiased as you can be. Now, no one's completely unbiased, but you can mitigate your biases with some objectivity. That's absolutely true. You can do that. Even if you have a third party who has no religious agenda, read it. Okay? So there's ways to mitigate bias. But that's the responsibility of digging. You just don't get to play in the sand and then move on to the next site. You have a moral responsibility to publish what you find. So your findings are available to everyone. And I just don't trust Associates for Biblical Research to do that because they've got a history of not doing it. Doing it in a way that's not responsible. So anyway, I'm going to draw the question there. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. But this is a real hot button topic for me. Very hot button topic. Okay. Love seeing 7 Minecraft the Diamond for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. And question is separate below. Okay. And he asks, I always wondered about flooding stories in the ancient world and how 90% have one and all have a concept with either rage of gods or gods starting over. But there is no, quote, scientific evidence for this. There's a few things I would like to say about the whole sort of the flood stories. They are ubiquitous, okay? They're all over the world. They're all over the world. You do find a lot of them. There does seem to have been there, and there is a concept of, say, gods starting over, or the gods are angry, or something like that. There is subtle differences and variations in those myths from place to place. But I also think a lot of people miss the point of the flood story narrative too. It's a continuation. It is a continuation of that temple motif that's found in Genesis 1 to 3. The ark is what we would call in, say, sacred space terminology, a sacralizing converter. Now, what is a sacralizing converter? We got to explain this. And once I explain this and point out the similarities to the flood narrative, you'll kind of see what I mean by this. Okay? In temples, okay, let's say you wanted to give figs. You're a fig farmer. Okay, you're a fig farmer, and you want to give figs to Amun-Re. Well, you're not allowed in the temple. So, but you bring up your figs to the door of the temple, and the priest stops you and says, "Hey, hey, 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 where are you going with those figs?" And you go say, "Oh, I'm just going to go take my juicy prized figs and present them to Amun-Re as an offering because he gave me such a bumper crop this year." And that priest goes, wait, hold it. You're not bringing those profane figs into this temple. They're profane. That's a no-no. We're not going to let you do that. And the farmer looks at you. It's sad, and because now he can't give his offering. And he goes, well, these are the best figs I've ever grown. How am I going to give them to Amun-Re? And the priest says, I think I can help you out on that. So he gets some of his friends, and they're carrying a box with a Uraeus frieze on it, and it's elaborately decorated. And they come outside, they set down the box, open it up, take your figs, put it inside the box, close it, and then the lector priest, he starts chanting spells. They take it inside, up to the statue of Amun-Re, open up the box, and pull out its now sacred figs. The box in the ritual acts like a conversion machine to turn profane figs into sacred figs. That's what's meant by a sacralizing converter. It takes something that's profane and makes it sacred for a new kind of space. Noah's Ark is a kind of sacralizing converter. It's basically taking things that are profane from the old world, loading them in the box, and the ark is Noah's Ark is a teba. It's a box. It's not a boat. It's a box. It's called a teba, and that's a common word in Hebrew for a box. And it goes through God's sacralizing ritual of the flood, comes out the other side, the teba opens up, and out comes animals and people that have been sacralized for the new world. So that's the meaning behind the whole Noah's Ark narrative. It's to make people appropriate from the old world, the world of the curse, to the new world where God can exercise grace. Oh, that movie was so awful. I mean, every movie ever done about Noah is awful. It's terrible. Terrible. So yeah. So most people miss the point of the whole flood narrative. So, that's not uncommon. That's not uncommon for people to miss this. But again, this is what we find in temple ritual. And we actually have a really great example of this being used in real temple ritual, like the original temple to Amun-Re that dates to Tutmosis III. Has a very interesting thing where it has a window where people can come bring their offerings, and a plinth where the sacred box would have resided. And then they would put it in the box and then take it to the idol in the following room. Albert Robertson. So the flood is a type of holy water. Yeah, in some respect, yeah. Yeah, that's not an unfair comparison. It's a washing ritual. A very extensive and very thorough washing ritual. But yeah, it's a libation ritual. It's water being poured over the ark as a purification ritual. So in goes profane humans, out comes sacralized humans. I didn't say sacred, I said sacralized. Made appropriate for the new space of Earth. So, anyway, I hope that answered your question, and I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat, and we really appreciate it. Okay, next super chat here. Thank you, Jack Reagan, for 10 memberships. You've been supporting this channel really wonderfully. We so appreciate it, and it does help us pay our bills, and we really appreciate that. Okay, let's see here, and and Japonis Conrafe for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Have you read Mika Waltari's Sinuhe the Egyptian? No, I haven't. Yeah, I just haven't read it. I just prefer the original text. You know, I mean, there's a lot of good translations of Sinuhe. I prefer the William Kelly Simpson's translation. But yeah, I think Sinuhe is a great tale. I think everyone should read Sinuhe at least once. We unfortunately don't have the end of the story, so I kind of wished we did. We got most of the end. It's just like the final few sentences that seem to be clipped off. But yeah, it's I'm of the opinion that Sinuhe 2 might actually not be fiction either. One of the things about Sinuhe that's very interesting is it looks a lot like a tomb biography. A lot like a tomb biography. It wouldn't surprise me if someday we found a tomb that contains the biography of Sinuhe. You know, a Middle Kingdom tomb. It wouldn't surprise me one iota. Because it's just, I mean, scholars often called Sinuhe and also Wenamun like the first novels, but they do very much seem like tomb inscriptions. So, yeah, as I said, I have not read Mika with Waltari's Sinuhe the Egyptian, but yeah, it's a great story, and I think everyone should read it. And as I said, it does look a lot like a tomb inscription, a lot like a tomb inscription. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Oh, Andy World. I'll take that follow-up question here. It doesn't pop up yet. Okay, he says, what is it about? It was about the bodyguard of a king who, on his watch, the king gets assassinated. He's not a very good bodyguard. Okay. Yeah, on his watch, the king gets assassinated. And he's thinking, the king died on my watch. I'm next. So he hightails it out of Egypt. He runs away. And he has these adventures through Canaan. And it basically the whole sort of narrative sort of describes what life is like in Canaan. And so, but eventually he ends up being restored. The king honors him, loves hearing his tales of what happened out in Canaan, and he ends up being honored with a tomb and ritual furniture. And the king furnishes this lavish burial for him because he's been so favored by the new king. So that's what it's about. It's essentially a vindication story from a mess up bodyguard to storyteller par excellence, and is honored for it. So, Zeobeo, okay, and the Bible exegete. Okay, I'll take those two right now. Bible exegete. How would a local flood work with a sacrificing view if not all humans die? Well, that's going to really depend upon sort of your view of a localizing flood anyway. And there's not just one view of a localizing flood. Conceivably, you could make that still work. Because then you have what you have there is representative animals. So here's what it would basically be. Under a local flood view, it's not that all humanity would be wiped out and not all the animals would be wiped out. But what you have now is a sacralized new high priest, essentially. The same way that Adam is high priest for mankind, Noah becomes a new high priest to interface between God and man, which would lead up to the chosen people of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So that's more of how it would work with a local flood scenario. So there would be no actual necessity in a local flood view for all humanity to die. And really then, these animals become representative of the greater biology of planet Earth. So that's kind of how it would work with a local flood view. So it's one of those things where your sort of view of the flood will sort of color your interpretation, but every view of this is going to be colored by interpretation to some extent. You know, even those who take, say, a global flood view, their view is going to read certain things into this as well. So there wouldn't necessarily be the necessity for all humanity to die, but there is that necessity for human, at least the new representative of God's priestly line, to be sacralized. So anyway, I hope that helped. It's a great follow-up question, so we took this one immediately. Thank you very much for that question. Let's get back to our super chats here. Because we're approaching 11 o'clock here. I do have to go to work tomorrow. Not to mention recover from previous day. Okay, so down here, and we have here Sentinel Apologetics for $10 Australian. Thank you very much. It's so good to see you here, Rob. Love your videos, love your ministry. If you haven't checked out his channel, please do so. And he says, blessings, David. Hope you're well. Have had a few difficulties recently. especially in light of current events. Well, I won't get into it. I won't get into it right now. He says, I've been suffering with having a lack of empathy for all Muslims, so please pray for Christ's peace to overflow on all of us. That's always a good thing to pray for. We'll definitely keep that in prayer, because you should not be in a ministry where you don't have love and empathy for those you're ministering to. So it's an important part of ministry, really important part of ministry, and it's hard. It's hard, you know. Yeah. This is part of, not only loving your neighbor but loving your enemy. So yeah, this is not one of the easiest teachings of Christ. Because frankly, if you're doing anti-Muslim, say, not anti-Muslim, but Muslim apologetics, they're going to hate you. They are going to hate you. They're going to try to find a way to persecute and potentially, possibly even kill you, because that happens in some places. So, you've got to show love, you've got to show gentleness, but you also have to stand firm. One of the things I've noticed with Muslims is anyone who vacillates doesn't get respect. So you can't vacillate. Be gentle, be respectful, but, hold their feet to the fire too. Because they respect that kind of view. Because if they think that, they think that the Quran is a holy book, yet they also ignore that the Quran says that the Bible is the holy book, the Word of God, and that the Word of God cannot be corrupted. Okay? Hold them to that. Basically, if the Quran is correct that the Bible is the Word of God, and the Word of God cannot be corrupted, then the Bible is right and the Quran is wrong. God is sort of, that's, as Andy Gone Wild says, the Islamic dilemma. Yeah. So you have to hold them to that. And you have to stand firm. But you also have to love the person. You have to love the person. So I think that's very, very important. Yeah. Yeah. Well, well, yeah, you can show a love of justice. My producer points out that you have to show a love of justice as you do this. But, that's part of this. It's okay to criticize the injustice. But again, you have to have that sense of empathy and love for them. Because if you don't, it won't work. And it's not that is a magic work, but it comes through. That's what I mean by this. Is it comes through your attitudes and your approach to them. And I know this is going to be very difficult. You picked you do tend to pick the tough nuts. You do pick the tough nuts here. I mean, you decided to do apologetics to the Muslims, the Valley of Healing. Well, these are tough situations. This is more than just, say, doing apologetics to your next door neighbor. This is this is the big leagues. This is the big leagues. So, we'll keep you in prayer, but do fight the good fight. Do fight the good fight. Again, love them, be respectful, but be firm. Yeah, absolutely. That's absolutely true. Yeah, Talbot's right here. But it gives us a better idea of how Jonah felt about the people of Nineveh. Yeah, it does. Andy Gone Wild. Muslims do argue for weird positions sometimes. Yeah, it can be quite. Some of their apologies can be quite weird. But again, you do it in love. So absolutely. All right. So thank you, Rob, for the super chat, and thank you for joining us tonight. It's so good to see you again. So good to see you. And to get back here to the super chats. And the next super chat here is from, let's see, there it is, from Andrew Graham for $20 Australian. Thank you so much for the super chat. This is to say thanks for answering to the question. And yes, people have been eaten by whales and spat out. So go figure. Yeah, it has happened. Not often, but it has happened. All it has to do is happen once for it to be possible. Yeah, it's really the resurrection part that's the hard part of Jonah. Yeah, the whale swallowing me person. Yeah, I can believe that. The resurrection, that takes a certain element of faith, and I'll grant you that one. Okay. But we also have the evidence of Jonah walking around too. So, and Jonah was a real person. He's recorded in more than one place. So we have every expectation to believe that the narrative happened. So anyway, thank you so much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And I'm glad we could answer your question. Okay. Bubba Homeschool for $5. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, if Hyksos, Takasud or whatever, means foreign rulers, why would the Hyksos kings use the term as a title in their cartouches, scarabs, etc.? Well, there is a tribal affiliation with the Hyksos, okay? So, they were already called foreign rulers very, very early on in the 15th dynasty. And that's sort of in some ways to make them stand out from, say, the Semitic warlords of the 14th dynasty. Now, the 14th dynasty was kind of where, say, the Egyptian 13th dynasty, who was ruling out of Ichitawi, lost control of Egypt. They lost control of the Nile Delta. And when they lost control, the 14th dynasty was really just sort of a hodgepodge of wandering Semitic warlords. So when the 15th dynasty established themselves at Avaris, they were doing this. They were the name Hyksos had become established as a sort of a pejorative from the Egyptians. So some of the thing is, well, they call us foreign rulers. Darn right, we're foreign rulers. Yeah. They owned it. Sometimes pejoratives get owned by whoever. Yeah, like the word Christian. Christian means little Christ. We owned it. When another example of this is Gideon. He's called Jerubbaal by his father. Let Baal deal with him. He owned it. So, yeah, we do find this happening sometimes where people are called a pejorative and they end up owning the name or owning the title because it's a good description and it stands out. So, that's why we have, like, for example, that. And so they're gonna say, yeah, we're foreign rulers. Yeah, we're foreigners and we rule over you. Take that, you dirty Egyptians. And, so that's why they incorporated it, to show their dominance. You calling us this is pejorative name? Yeah, you got to live by it. So absolutely, it's that's why they did it. It's to show they own that title to show their dominance. So yeah, we're Semites, but we're Asiatics, but you're paying us the taxes. Yep, the money's flowing our way. So you see, look at the yeah, we get the last laugh. We get the last laugh. So that's why they did it. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, our next super chat here is from Konstantinos Karampakakis for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is your opinion of Michael Homan's To Your Tents, O Israel? What are the majority-minority fringe views on the historicity of the Tabernacle? Okay. There's a range. Okay, now I have not read Michael Homan's book, okay, but I can tell you sort of what the majority-minority fringe views on the historicity of the Tabernacle. The majority view right now is that there was no tabernacle. That was a myth. Okay. You got a minority view that says it was part of the Sinai covenant, that it was built by the Israelites at the time of the Exodus, and it was used to hold the tablets of the Ten Commandments. But that's more the minority view today. Now, we have to take that majority-minority view sort of with a little bit of a grain of salt, because there's a sort of also in that between that a mushy middle of grays, various points of view within that. Like, for example, you had Gerhard von Rad, who basically said that the tabernacle was in the days of the late Israelite kingdom, nothing but a shabby shrine that was aggrandized during the Babylonian exile. Okay. So he kind of had a liberal leaning towards minimalist opinion, but he wasn't full minimalist. And you had some others that are sort of in between that as well. Like guys like Julius Wellhausen, he'll also have his particular perspective on this. What's his name now? The Yale guy. Can't remember his name at the moment. Big documentary hypothesis guy. He thinks the tabernacle's complete myth. Okay. So there's a lot of the majority view right now is it's myth, but it's also not a consensus view, and we got to be careful about this as well, because the consensus view also is there's no consensus here. We have an actual dispute here. So, but the majority view says it's a myth. Minority view says it happened at Mount Sinai per the Exodus narrative, and the sort of mushy middle here was going to go somewhere in between, to various extents in chronology and in scope and grandeur of it. Now, at the same time, too, I kind of find it hard to argue there was no tabernacle when you have a Shiloh. We've excavated Shiloh, and we know Shiloh housed the tabernacle. So, kind of hard for me to accept that there was no tabernacle when you have a Shiloh. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, Zeobel for 22 euros. Thank you very much for the super chat. He goes, last question for tonight. Laugh out loud. Thanks for the answers, Will. It's our pleasure. We do this as a service to the community. We are grateful for all the financial assistance we get out of this, and you've been very, very generous tonight, and we really appreciate it. But we still do this as a service to the community. And he asks, okay, but it is irredeemably heretical to believe the waters were always there? Yeah, I think so. I have a model where it makes good sense. Could explain in the Discord at some point. Well, sure, we'll read it in the Discord. Although my time's kind of precious, but yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to explain it in the Discord. But there's also the fact too that I don't think the waters were always there. I mean, even on just a plain old-fashioned scientific point of view. I mean, in a modern scientific point of view, the waters wouldn't have always been there. Because the Earth and the universe had a beginning. This is sort of one of the ironies of say Big Bang cosmology. And I'm by no means a compatibilist, so just take this for what it is. The whole idea of, say, modern cosmology, when it was Big Bang cosmology was invented, or at least discovered, by a Roman Catholic priest, Lemaitre. And when he came out of this, the eternality of the universe was the accepted scientific norm. And people were saying to him back then, "Hey, you keep your Christian views out of science, man. Keep your Christian views out of science." Well, over time the tables turned. It's like now you have scientists say, "Well, now that Big Bang cosmology is the accepted norm." It's like, they're saying, "Oh, you Christians don't accept the Big Bang." It's like, well, you can't have it both ways. But people wanted it both ways. So, but at least according to the scientific norms of today, the waters wouldn't have always been there. You wouldn't have that wouldn't be even feasible, even in any sort of modern scientific paradigm. But I also don't think it was part of, say, the biblical paradigm either, just because you did have those cosmos, the heavens being stretched out paradigm of, say, the prophets. So that's going to give you a different kind of creation view than, say, one that believed in eternal existence of matter. So, yeah, Francis Dobbs, I agree with you there. Yeah, Francis Dobbs says, yeah, some secular people will say they believe in science as a way to say they view Christianity as unserious. It's pretty insulting at times. Yeah, it is. It is pretty insulting at times. I mean, the two are not mutually exclusive. And I think that's... Yeah, science is a methodology. It's a science... And if what you're saying with science is... cannot be challenged, cannot be questioned, it's not science at that point. You got religion at that point. So science is perfectly compatible with Christianity. I just don't treat the biblical texts as science texts. It's not meant to be. They're not meant to be taken that way. But the worldview of those biblical texts is not antithetical to science either. Yeah. Yeah, and many religions are compatible with science because, again, it's a methodology of discovering truth. Okay? Not all kinds of truth, not every kind of truth, but tells us about our world. Yeah, it can rule out certain things too. So, yeah, so it can narrow things down for us, but only in sort of the basis of the physical world. So once you're outside, talking about things outside of the physical world, yeah, science is helpless. Science can't engage that. It's not in its scope. But the Bible is talking about a religious world. Everything in the Bible is talking about a religious paradigm. Science cannot answer those questions. So, anyway, I want to get back to the super chats because I'm running out of time. I can see the minutes on the clock are closer than they appear. Let's get back to the super chats and get through them so I can take a few more non-super chats before calling it a night. We stopped at 10:20. Get to my timestamp here. And the next super chat here is from Prosper Hagland for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Asked question earlier, but didn't know how to super chat. Okay. Let's see, where is it? Prosper Hagland. It's before 10:27. 10:21. Okay. Is this the lead art? Okay. He asks, does God ever lead someone to make art? Yes. Yes. God can lead you to make art. Absolutely possible. In fact, when I was running, when I had, I grew up in a family of artists. Okay? Yeah, that's part of my background. Is I grew up in a family of artists, and 4 generations of artists, and sort of each of us had a kind of specialty that we would do. So we had painters, ceramic artists. I did jewelry. I did some paintings as well. And sometimes God leads you to do a work of art for some reason. And I did this painting, big 4 foot by 2 foot painting. It was called Organic Things. And it was on the theme of abortion. Okay. And I showed it at a science fiction convention because I used a lot of surrealist symbolism. So I had this surrealist painting and I, framed it and put it up at this science fiction convention. And there was this woman staring at the painting. And I see her and I approach her and she looks at my name tag and she goes, "Are you the artist?" I said, "Yeah, I'm the artist." And she goes, "This painting is incredible. I have to know what it means." I said, "Well, what do you think it means?" Okay, I think it's about, abortion, but and if it is, I totally disagree with the politics. But it's such a fascinating painting. I just want to know if I got the interpretation right. And she goes and talks about the symbolism, and I said, "Well, okay, this symbolism you got right. This symbolism is something else." And we used it as a talking point to discuss this particular topic. So I think there are times when you can be called to do art. There is nothing wrong with doing art. You know, not. This is one thing that's always bothered me about churchianity. I use the word churchianity here on purpose, not Christianity, churchianity. I was sitting in church one day, and somebody asked me what I did for a living. I said, "Oh, I'm an artist." And she goes, "Oh, music or theater?" Are those the only kind of arts? And music or drama? Music or drama? Like, no. I'm a painter and a jeweler. Yeah. So, but that sort of shows you how stereotyped art is within churchianity. It's unfortunate that Christians have been driven out of the public forum by other Christians. Okay? Really, it's not the secularists that drove Christians out of the cultural discourse. It was other Christians. It was at first, say, Christians who pulled out of, say, the movie industry. All they did was left it to the secularists. They left it to the atheists. It wasn't Christians that pulled out of secular Christians weren't thrown out of secular music by atheists. Again, it was other Christians that pulled them out. You know, and I compose music. For those who don't know, I used to use a pen name, still do, Velocirabbit for my compositions, and you can hear that music on this channel. And yes, the shirt I'm wearing right now has that album cover to my first album. Okay. But I went by a pen name for a long time because I didn't want the stigma attached to being a musician, Christian musician, that doesn't do Christian music. You know? I believe that in Christian art that is fundamentally Christian, but not necessarily geared towards Christians. And the attitude, say, for example, in music is, well, if you have musical talent, you must do it for the church. You must make it holy for sensitive ears. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, the attitude is disgusting. It is really disgusting. And it's a missed opportunity. Yeah, and the fact is that we're not doing our due diligence, essentially. You know, Christ wants, the kingdom of God wants Christ to intrude upon every aspect of human existence, and that includes the arts. Yes, it's true right now that the arts are, in many of the arts, are dominated by, say, the alphabet community, particularly painting. There's no reason why that should be. You know, they're not more talented than everyone else. Sorry. You know, and it's just one of those things. Andy Gone Wild says classical music was largely made by Christians. Yeah, it was. You know, But I think we have to engage the culture through the arts because that's where you have the most traction. Look, I mean, when we talk about theology on this channel and history and all that, and we are we're edifying the church and interested others. Okay, we do have like 15% of our viewers are not Christian. Okay, so we're engaging the world that way a little bit. But big, big, sweeping cultural changes are transformed through the arts because stories have resonance. Music has resonance. This is why I encourage Christians to write fiction. I write fiction. I write music. I still occasionally do paintings. I haven't done one in years, but occasionally I still do them. But that's because arts are what affects us emotionally. And the intellect is really supports how we feel emotionally, not the other way around. And that's a truth of psychology we just can't get past. You know? So I really, really believe that we should be intimately involved in the arts. Whether you write novels, whether you write short stories, whether you write poetry, whether you do paintings or sculpture or sock puppets or what have you. It's important to affect people on an emotional basis, and nothing beats the arts for that. So, does God ever lead someone to make great art? Yes, absolutely. I think it's more than that. I think it's a divine command that we engage the culture. Yeah. Yeah, my producer pointed out that with the earlier question upon why humanities programs are being eliminated, is the unintended consequences of this is that we need the humanities because it defines our humanity. It defines being human. So, yeah, Lego David adds, great art and Christianity. Just look at Eastern Orthodoxy is literally everywhere in their churches. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's a fabulous. I mean, we visited a Greek Orthodox church in Chicago, and that was fabulous, beautiful. I've never seen artwork like that. Yeah, woodwork, amazing gilded work, beautiful, beautiful work. But that's helps us emotionally. Sock puppet Thunderbirds, world leaders laugh out loud. Yes, well, yeah, you know, it's sometimes. Hey, look, you know, the sock puppet was, you know, is an extension of the arts. I mean, it might not be great art, but you know, glue gun and some wool, and you you can use something then to communicate. Yeah, I know not everyone loves Mr. Empty Conjecture, but it did teach. It did teach it something in a way that just saying it wouldn't do. If I just said, "Yeah, you know, this guy, you know, he's just spouting empty conjecture," you could say that. But it's not very emotional. It's not very resonant. You put a sock puppet on and go, "Could be," and you get a completely different reaction. Yeah, and frankly, I don't even have to put in words in his mouth. You know, I can just stick him up and not say anything at all, and the audience now knows what's being talked about visually. We need that. We need to be have things recognized through memes, through art, through literature, through music, because that's how we convince. It's And the Holy Spirit calls us to shine the light everywhere. Okay, like Lego Art says, why do you think religious art seems to have little to no resonance with non-Christians? Okay, I can tell you a couple reasons why. And it's a great question. Okay, it's a great question. How do I say this nicely? No, in fact, I won't bother saying it nicely. Religious art has no soul. It has no art. A lot of it is just being done like propaganda. And you can see right through that. Everyone can see right through that. It's abysmal art. It's abysmal. It's not good. I mean, it's awful. I mean, some of the most terrible productions I've seen are Christian movies. I mean, once the Christian script editors get through with a Christian novel and have rewritten it several times, they've taken all the life out of it. Yeah. You just, one of the reasons why, say, Lord of the Rings, great book. And if any of you don't know, the ring, it doesn't represent evil. This is one of the things like Peter Jackson could never wrap his head around. The ring doesn't represent evil. It represents sin. And the interesting thing about the difference between sin and temptation, that everyone's reaction to that's going to be different. Tolkien built a universe, a whole world, where you had concepts such as God, resurrection, good, evil, sin. But he didn't do it in explicit terms. He used the story to drive this. It's his characterization and storytelling that communicated these concepts. And it became great art as a response. And frankly, it better expressed the Christian worldview than those rubbish paintings of Thomas Kincaid. Absolutely rubbish paintings. Gollum. Talk about how sin can warp. Gollum had a love affair with the ring and twisted him. Completely changed him. Okay? That's the power of the ring. That's the power of sin. It keeps you addicted. I would tell when I did I used to do this lecture, which I might do again, on art in the Renaissance. And you when you do that, you have to talk about Christian art. And I often say that even though the band is not Christian, Metallica did a song and a video called Until It Sleeps. Now, they were talking about drug addiction, but they took images from a painting that was described hell and Adam and Eve and all that, and it was full of Christian symbolism. And that music video is more Christian in its worldview than VeggieTales. Okay? More Christian than VeggieTales. And it's not done by Christians at all. It's done by Metallica. You will never see in any Christian media a better depiction of sin than you will in Until It Sleeps. It's just crazy that I even have to say that. Popcorn review of VeggieTales when? Everyone wants now. Probably get copyright struck, though. Yeah, so the reason why Christian art has no resonance is because it's not good art. It's not a good read. It's not a good view. And every Christian movie ends up with the same. Ends exactly the same. With the skeptic repenting and coming to his salvation in Jesus Christ. No. No. It's better art to show the Christian worldview than to have an ecstatic conversion experience. Oh, easy. I can answer that one. Chow Yi adds the question. What's so bad about Thomas Kincaid's work? Okay, I can tell you several things that are bad about Thomas Kincaid's work. One, the guy wasn't a Christian, first of all. I mean, his last days of his life were really an embarrassment. I mean, this was a guy that was taking a leak in water fountains in Vegas. No, not everything you do in Vegas stays in Vegas. He had an art factory. Okay? He had an art factory. And his formula was this. Was you take you get a bunch of basically hack artists to work for you. And he had a factory in the middle of the Arizona desert. And they would essentially, or New Mexico desert, I think it was. They would basically, he would show him a cookie cutter style. And all these hacks were copying the style. And they would, the only stroke he did on those paintings was sign his name. But what they would do is they were presented a insipid view of, say, the ideal world. So you have a happy house with happy trees and happy clouds and happy light, and everything is happy, happy, happy. That's not the Christian worldview. Everything is not happy. I will say this, though. Those Kincaid paintings are a lot better once you put Godzilla in them. Yeah, I love to see the Kincaid paintings with Godzilla in them. They're fabulous. Okay. I'll get behind that all the time. Okay, those are hysterically funny. Yeah, that's a more realistic portrayal. Yeah. There's also some things about his business practices too that were very despicable. Like he took his investors for a ride. He promised little old ladies that his paintings would be worth something today. They're all practically worthless. Okay, so he was also engaged in fraud. So, yeah, that was, yeah, just, yeah, that's kind of true. So, yeah. Yeah, but these things were being pitched to churches. He'd go to church, pitching his paintings. Again, it's a kind of fleecing the flock. A kind of fleecing the flock. So yeah, that's what I think is wrong with Kincaid's work. It's bad art. That's the first thing. The man himself was predated upon the church. He presented a unrealistic worldview, a non-Christian worldview. So, I think that's the lesson we can take away here, is that it's okay you should express the Christian worldview when you do art, but it's got to be good art. If you do your storytelling, tell it well. Do your best writing. Do your best work. If you paint, pay attention to what you're painting. Do your best work. Treat this like an offering unto the Lord. Just like you wouldn't offer the spotted lamb as a sacrifice. This is an offering up to the Lord. So I think there's a lot of value and a lot of virtue in Christian art, but only if it's good art. I mean, let's face it. Some of those praise and worship songs, like from Hillsong, is theologically vacuous. Those praise and worship songs are theologically vacuous. I'll say this too. For example, for hymnody, for writing good worship songs, you listen to, like, one of the famous ones from, say, Hillsong is I have come to worship you. I will worship you, blah, 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 blah. It's all about me. God's up there going, are you going to worship me? When are you going to do that? Worship is second person focused. Worship is focused on the object of the worship, which is God. So if you start seeing a lot of first person worship songs, those aren't worship songs. Those are you extolling yourself. So this criticism, one of the greatest worship songs of all time is "Be Thou Thy Vision." It's all written in the second person. That's why it's so powerful. There's no theology in modern worship songs. It's all focused on the wrong thing, and it's terrible art. It's not even good music. So, we got a ways to go, but it's going to be really an uphill battle to do this when the church is so internally focused on preserving its traditions and its culture. The church right now, when it comes to its relationship with art, is so internally focused on cultural preservation. And not only, oh boy, yeah, Bubba Homeschool, Fountains of Blood did not age well. Okay, that's one old hymn that didn't age well. I'll say this about old hymns too. Okay, a lot of the hymns that survived because they were the best. The bad ones sort of dropped out. BC, this has been an epic rant. Well, we are. This is one of the, again, this resonates with us because we're both artists. Oh, the painting behind me was done by my producer. That's her painting. We believe in art. We believe in this. But we also don't believe in necessarily cultural preservation. If that's your goal in creating art, is to preserve a culture, a ethnocentric American churchianity culture, your art's going to reflect that. And it's going to go sideways. It's going to be a ridiculous caricature of Christianity. And we don't need more ridiculous caricatures. Oh, we did forget to put the guitar up today. The irony. It's beside my desk here. Yeah, I've been composing again. Guitar found a band. It'll be up again next week. Yeah, I forgot to. Yeah, the one day I rant on art, I don't put up the guitar. Go figure.
Lose their memory.
Well, that is a good point. Yeah, that is actually a really good point my producer brings up. It's also true that people who have Alzheimer's, they'll lose their memory, but they'll remember songs. They can sing hymns. They remember the hymns word for word. Yeah. Oh yeah, true. Bubba Homeschools says true art these days is video games, TikTok, apps, memes, etc. Paintings, movie, and even music mean very little to young people. Well, that doesn't prevent people from still going and watching them. Honestly, they're just watching them in different ways. And they're still listening to music, just music from the 1980s. I mean, the 1980s bands are still trending. It is a little weird, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. I did substitute teaching once, and I was teaching an art class at a Nevada high school. Because of my art background, I did often would substitute for art teachers, and I overheard. I think it was a grade 11 class, and I overheard the students talking, and they were all excited. They were absolutely jazzed because REO Speedwagon was going to hold a concert in Reno. I said, REO Speedwagon? I was listening that as a teenager 20 years ago. So, music, all art has a lifespan. It can last a lot longer than people anticipate. So I think it's incumbent upon us to do good art. If your passion is painting, paint well. If your passion is video games, make good games. Make fun games. You know? Yeah. Why are people not into Christian art? Because it's boring. So, I think we need to move on here because we are running out of time. So, yeah, we still got a few more super chats to go. And I still want to do a few non-super chats here. So, I'm going to move on at this point. But anyway, it was a great question. And thank you very much for asking it. Okay, and okay, Bubba Homeschool for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Yes, Adam and Cain were farmers and Abel a shepherd, and Tubal-Cain was an artificer in bronze and iron. If they are historical, wouldn't that put early pre-Diluvian times in bronze and even in the Iron Age? That's not quite what they're saying in that passage. We do see, for example, in Adam and Cain and Abel, there is a tension there between pastoralist and sedentary lifestyles there. Okay, in the case of Tubal-Cain, it only sort of it alludes that this is a nation that will later on pick up iron. It's a retrojection. It's a retrojection, and we have to understand that these are retrojections here. Okay, so the text is not actually implying that back in the days of the original Tubal Cain that they're doing work in bronze and iron, but that today they are at the time of the writing that they were doing in bronze and iron. So that's what's going on there. And Genesis is full of retrojections, which is they're appealing to the audience of their time. And in appealing to the audience of their time, they're using the knowledge of their time. So at the end of the late Bronze Age, Egypt, you already have iron being used in the Levant. Iron occurs in the Levant. The Iron Age occurs in the Levant before in Egypt. It does in Egypt. So they're bringing that understanding into the biblical text to sort of point out something that's true today, but was not necessarily true back then. So, again, in the case of Cain and Abel, they are using the retrojections of farmers and shepherds to draw out a contrast in lifestyle. Because Cain and Abel, the Israelites, they're going into the promised land and they are going to be mostly shepherds, not farmers, although some are. But they have to make that transition from sedentary agriculture to a pastoralist shepherding lifestyle. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Hope it helped, and we really appreciate it. Okay, and the next super chat is from LoveCN7 Minecraft the Diamond for $2. Another question below. Okay. And he asks, could you say that God wouldn't want people to remember the sin of previous generation of humans and leave no evidence for the flood and death of Noah's generation besides a rainbow? Well, that's a difficult thing to answer. And the reason why it's really difficult to answer is because if it's a local flood, then we wouldn't expect there to be evidence. If it's a global flood, well, it might be because they have a reinterpretation of, say, geology. And I think both arguments have certain merits. Okay, so, and we can't be, say, rigid about, say, the time frame of the flood anyway, because to do so would be to misinterpret Genesis 5 and 11. So, if you misinterpret Genesis 5 and 11 from, say, to read it literally as a Western genealogy, instead of saying as a clan Toledote, you're going to end up with an interpretation that you cannot possibly support. So, the whole matter of evidence here is going to boil down to a bit of perspective. What is your, how are you reading these texts? How are you, because you're going to see different evidence depending on it. Like, for example, like, say, if it was a local flood, and let's say it was a local flood that occurred at the Black Sea, where there was a flood that wiped out many villages, just completely submerged them. They've done some underwater archaeology on the Black Sea, and they've discovered underneath there are complete villages where it was thought that the water level of the Black Sea was much, much lower, and then basically got flooded in by the Mediterranean. So I can, if you take that sort of local flood interpretation, then yeah, absolutely, you can find evidence. Likewise, if maybe you're a younger Earth creationist, I'm not saying an American young Earth creationist because they have problems, but let's say you're a continental young Earth creationist. Um, so there's going to be they're going to read that those Genesis 5 and 11 texts a bit differently, and then they're going to just say that uh, their evidence is going to be that you find, say, stuff like fossils on top of mountains. Okay, so again, it's going to what you would constitute as evidence here is going to depend largely upon your perspective for how you read that text. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Yeah. 8:44. Let me check here. Okay. Back off where I am. Okay. 8:44. I might not have. There's always chances we skip things. Sometimes super chats do not come through. What's the question again? Oh, I answered that. That's been answered. Yeah, I've answered that too. Yeah, we're all on track here. Okay. So back to 11 o'clock. Okay. And I think we're getting close to the end of the super chats. And we'll take some non-super chats. I saw a few at the beginning I wouldn't want to take. All right, make a note of it. Okay. Okay, that's the end of the super chats. So I'm going to go to the beginning here, and I'm going to grab, there's a couple of non-super chats I want to grab. All right. 1017, huh? Okay. We'll take this one from Vish. My pastor is telling parents to teach children that evolution and old earth views are satanic. How should lay folk handle this issue since many teens in the church may leave the faith because of this? Okay. Let's be clear, first of all, that those views are not satanic. I think a lot of that is born out of a bad readings of the Bible. Now, there are many accepted views of origins, okay, that are perfectly fine within the pale of Christian orthodoxy. It's not covered by the creeds, okay? This has never been an issue that historically in the Christian church that we've stood on as a matter of doctrine. Okay? In fact, I'll say this. I'll even go as far as to say this. It's when you get into this, you got to believe this way or the Bible is wrong, that people will leave the faith. Okay? They will leave the faith. Because what you've done is you've trained them into a kind of black or white thinking, such that they cannot even consider any other possibility. I mean, I've seen this in a lot of people who deconvert. Okay, I see this a lot. I see this where they are raised as American young Earth creationists. They're told that's the only way. And so when someone points out the inadequacies of American young earth creationism, they just flip a switch. Now, once they become an atheist, they're still reading the Bible the exact same way. They just reject it. They'll still go, oh, yeah, American young earth creationism is the only way to read the Bible. Well, no, that's not true. There's many possible interpretations. Because there's ambiguity in the text. It's not written to be a scientific manual. It's a religious text. So, I mean, this is one of the things that irritated me about the Eric Hovind debate was, he inferred that Michael Jones was worshiping a different god. That's utter rubbish. Utter rubbish. But that's the effect of American young earth creationism, and that hermeneutic, that way of interpretation that gets them there. I'll say this. The method of interpretation is more damaging than the belief in American young earth creationism itself. That's the problem, I think here's how you have to engage this. It's not the belief that's the problem. It's the hermeneutic. The idea that there's only one way to interpret it. So, how do I handle this? I basically say, well, there's multiple ways to interpret this. Every text in the Bible is subject to potentially more than one interpretation. Now, this is part of Jewish hermeneutics, as they, like the ancient Jews, had 3 levels of interpretation. They had a literal interpretation, they had a figurative interpretation, and then they had an allegorical interpretation. Each one of those levels is different for the same texts. So, I'm actually much more concerned with American biblical chronology because of its arbitrary hermeneutic than I am with American young earth creationism. Yeah, if you want to be an American young earth creationist, have at it. Have at it. When you start teaching American biblical chronology, you're teaching not just a belief system, but a way of reading. And once that way of reading gets ingrained in people's brains, they can't switch out of it. They cannot switch out of it. Yeah. 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 And my producer points out that, don't make an interpretation of a secondary issue. To say that God is not working in your life or extending grace to you because it's a secondary issue. American young earth creationists want to make this a primary issue, the only issue. Yeah. So, and at that point, a private interpretation becomes idolatry. It becomes idolatry because you're putting a private interpretation above the finished work of Jesus Christ. And once you've done that, you've entered the territory of idolatry. You're saying this interpretation is more important than the gospel of Jesus Christ, which has been affirmed generation and generation of the Christian church. So, and frankly, I don't care if you want to be an American young earth creationist, a continental creationist, a theistic evolutionist, an evolutionist, a progressive creationist. It doesn't matter to me one bit. But it does matter to me what your hermeneutic is, because it's the hermeneutic that creates atheists, not the belief. But unfortunately, American young Earth creationism is loaded with a hermeneutic, and that black or white ad hoc arbitrary interpretation hermeneutic, so that you can't they can't see any other interpretation. You know, I heard Josh Bowen say this. You know, he deconverted. You know, he said the exact same thing. You know, he considered himself when he went and did his PhD, you know, it was the first time he had ever heard that there was another interpretation to the biblical texts. You know, he deconverted, saying that there was only one interpretation to the biblical text, and frankly, he's never moved on beyond that. He'll basically say, you know, yeah, there are other interpretations of the biblical text, but this one that I learned as a fundamentalist, that's the only one. They never get past it. And that's where the rubber meets the road on this issue. Is on, say, that hermeneutical basis. So, what would I do? I'd start teaching kids that there are other interpretations. So I do think that the way to handle this is don't attack this one just on that basis. I mean, okay, dismiss the fact it's satanic, okay, because it's not satanic. But start teaching the teens that there's more than one interpretation. This is why we often recommend that people don't do this through the narratives, but do it through poetry. Talk about poetry. Because, first of all, in sort of these settings, you're more likely to be allowed to teach poetry. Like the Psalms. Everyone loves the Psalms. Teach the Psalms. And teach it through a multi-interpretation model. And at some point, kids are going to get the idea that, hey, if say, this Psalm has more than one interpretation, yeah, maybe the narrative portions of this, or the mystical history portions of this, also have another interpretation. You know, teach them the historical grammatical method. You know, because that's the sort of the key to good interpretation. You know, ask them as you do a Bible study, what's the context? What's the genre? You know, because otherwise you're going to get, what are the alternate interpretations? So, you know, it's just as good. I mean, not only is this teaching them a skill then of that'll prevent them from going full deconvert, but it'll also tell them as well that when they encounter a problem that you know, some apparent contradiction in the Bible, that their mind at that point will be open to, well, maybe I'm not reading this right. So we have to approach the text with humility. And that's really what you want to teach. Is you want to teach teens to be humble before the text. We have to teach them to be humble before the text. The text knows more than you do. And it gives up its secrets reluctantly. So that's how I would handle this. Teach them the Psalms, but teach them humility before the text. And if you teach them humility before the text, you give them a resilience that will last their lifetime. So anyway, that was a great question. Thank you very much for the question, and I hope that helped. Okay. Next one here. Go back, because I saw a few at the beginning here I really wanted to take. Bubba Homeschool wanted to know when we're going to be in Texas. We are going to be in San Antonio from the 7th to the, was it 13th to the 18th, sorry. We're going to be there for the Evangelical Theological Society conference. That's 4 weeks from now, yeah. Of course, that's provided my health is up to it, but we'll see. Okay. There's also, okay, let me see. There was a question I saw earlier. Okay, Mike JSB asked the question. Yadin suggested Hatzor level 16. The final Middle Bronze stratum was destroyed, followed by Late Bronze stratum 15. Could this destruction be contemporary to the Middle Bronze Jericho 4 destruction? No. The reason why is because the destruction at Hatzor level 16 is Middle Bronze 2. And the Middle Bronze destruction at Jericho City 4 is Middle Bronze 3. Okay. So they're separated by about 200 years. They're separated by about 200 years. So they're not the same destruction. Okay. So that sort of rules out that interpretation. He has also a follow-up question here. Very early daters often claim the conditions described in Deuteronomy 1:28 and Deuteronomy 9:1 fit the Middle Bronze period, when sites were large and fortified. How could they instead fit the 13th century BC? Well, let's take the text. Always go back to the text. Deuteronomy 1, verse 28. Okay. Where can we go up? Our brethren have made our hearts melt, saying, the people are bigger and taller than we. The cities are large and fortified to heaven. Yeah. This is called hyperbole. Okay? This is called hyperbole. Now, this is the account of some of the spies, okay? And there's no way a city is fortified literally to heaven. Okay? No. The walls don't go that high. Oh, well. Hey, you know what they say? You know what they say about the stairway to heaven, right? Stairway to heaven, highway to hell tells you what the flow control is like. Yeah, so this is hyperbole. We do know from the archaeology of the era that a lot of these towns weren't fortified. They were hamlets. They were agricultural villages. And in the late Bronze Age, a lot of them were fortified by casemate mud brick. So those walls aren't very permanent either. So they had walls, but they were just not that resilient. And let's take a look at that Deuteronomy 9 passage. 8:9, verse 1. Hear, O Israel, you are crossing over the Jordan today to go in to dispossess nations greater and mightier than you, great cities fortified to heaven again. This is hyperbole. So not every city there is a great city, and the fortification is going to depend on the city. Like Hatzor is going to have a different fortification in the late Bronze, and it did have one in the 13th century, and we now know that Jericho did too. So that's how I would respond to it. Is these are talking about not necessarily fortifications, but they also are a specific type of wall. Like, for example, we get the narrative of Rahab the prophet, or the harlot, sorry. Rahab the harlot. And she's living inside the walls of Jericho. Well, it's only possible as a casemate wall. And then they did this in the ancient past. Is, with a casemate wall, it's normally two walls that are filled. Well, people would dig out the fill and live inside the walls, making little apartments for themselves. So, uh, that's only possible in the Late Bronze Age. That's not a Middle Bronze construction. Middle Bronze walls are big, thick, massive stone blocks. Sometimes they're cyclopean walls where the boulder is just pressed up against an embankment with an overhang. So, people aren't living in those walls. So it's actually a better fit. The destruction of Jericho is a much better fit for the 13th century than, say, the 15th century. So I think that's how, again, I mean, it's clear this is hyperbole. The second thing is the descriptions we have of some of these walls are much, much better for the 13th century. So anyway, thank you very much for the question, and I hope that helped. Okay, it is after midnight already. I will take one or two more super chat or non-super chats, and then I'm going to call it a night. Harry Stark, I'll take this one. Are the Dead Sea Scrolls authentic? Most of them are. The vast majority of them are. There's a few forgeries floating on the private market. These have stung people like Kip Davis. He had to have his work retracted because he did work on a forgery without recognizing it was a forgery. Okay. So, yeah, most of them are the ones that were properly excavated and are in museums. Yeah, those are authentic. So, and again, this is why you cannot trust a document necessarily found on the antiquities market, because it can be forgery. But the ones that were excavated in situ, they're reliable. Okay. I'll take that one that came up most recently here. Love and Seven Minecraft the Diamond asks, didn't they find Jericho's wall fall outwards? By the way, if you do a non-super chat in the future, please put a Q and a colon in front of it. I just happened to see this one, so this one I'm taking it. No, the Bible never says this. Okay, this is not something found in the Bible. This is something that came out of interpretation. Okay. The early excavations of Jericho found basically that the Middle Bronze II wall had fallen down, and it seemed to have created a ramp that was going up into the city. And early excavators like Garstang interpret that as the walls falling down and in a natural fallout kind of way. What's more likely the case was those were actually battering ram ramps. And that's the most recent 2020 excavation reports, is that those walls, the Middle Bronze II wall fell outward from an earthquake, but then it was graded and basically smoothed out by some sort of invader. And it's the misinterpretation of that grading that early archaeologists thought was the walls of Jericho falling outward. But the Bible itself doesn't say this. So again, it's one of those things where we have to read carefully. We read the text carefully so we understand the text. And basically, we don't go beyond the text unless you have proper warrant to do so. Okay? So, I hope that helped. Thank you for the question. All right. And take one more question, I think, and then we are going to call it a night. I'm going to try to take a nice, interesting one, because it's been a very long night, and I'm not feeling the best, so. Yeah, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about that. Yeah, I think I'm going to just call it a night. Yeah, I think I'm just going to call it a night. So, anyway, we're going to end the live stream at this point. I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. I want to thank the super chatters who supported our live stream and basically keep food on our tables. We really appreciate you. We are grateful for those who donated through PayPal. Again, we're so grateful for your support. It helps keep this ministry going. We also want to thank our Patreon subscribers and our membership subscribers. You will also keep our equipment going and the lights on, and we very much appreciate it. I also want to thank very much our regular viewers. You know, you guys who hit the like button, who subscribe to our channel, and who share the links to our videos to other social media platforms, because that's how our videos get exposed to new audiences. With that said, I want to thank you very much for joining us tonight. I hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible.